Wednesday, Thursday, guys. Happy Wednesday, Thursday. What's up, Escape Grounds up first? Hello, Mr. Ghostface and Shinigami. What's up, Mr. Witty? Skovgard, hello. Ander, Mr. Born Dead, Efluvikov, Double Barrel Dan, Mortal Oracle. What's up, Senny? Mr. Cobalt Guy as well. Hello. What's up, Wincelli? Civican, Mr. Jungle Knock, Mr. Carrick, Soundshell, Rescolo, and Operate. Hello, guys. Happy one more day until start. And yeah, one more day, Seti. One more day. What's good? How am I doing? Good. Chilling. We're last minute prepping, getting ready for the update. Hoping for, you know, a very smooth league start with minimal hiccups. No, I'm sure there will be no server issues. Hopefully there will be no server issues. Zero bugs. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be great. Your wife started talking about wanting another child and you're already 35. Well, why don't you tell her to have a child with you in Path of Exile in Ray class? How about that? You two can have your character can be your child, you know? Oh, I gotta start plants. Check out plants. Tried out lightning arrow and ice shot earlier. All right, but I want to test it around. Already server issues. Twister lived another day. Yup. We got some big stuff happening. There's been a lot of stuff. There's been more patch notes. And you know, Connor got his way with 2 out of the 4 things that he talked about. We already babysit post-streamers. Martial artist hype increasing build decision. Martial artist, and if you don't like it, then you can do something else later. There isn't a league star without any server issues. Let's just hope they're kept to the minimum, you know? Let's hope it's kept to the minimum. Surely Twister will be nerfed. I don't know. At this point, I don't know how likely it is. Fix my schedule? Nope. Another nerf patch? Yep. More nerfs, more nerfs. Connor getting 2 out of 4 is not a bad statistic. He posted another video today, I think. I think he posted another video for another Comet thing. Connor Converse. This one right here. Chonk Comet. Hello? 10k plus mana per second. He's not resting until all traces of Comet are gone.
Left, and we're like 40 hours from the patch. We've had, I believe, our final round of patch notes before 0.5 goes live. They are updating this pretty frequently, though. They've updated it 2 or 3 times just in the last 30 minutes. But time's running out. It's go time. What's my plan for 0.5? To the guy who guessed Chonk. Okay, be reasonable here. No one guessed Chonk. It's Chonk. Alright. In 0.4, Cast on Crit Comet was the top play rate build. It was incredibly powerful. And weirdly enough, in function, it was not nerfed at all. The spend was nerfed, however, in the ways that most people play it, because Leech was changed, and both Covenant and Blood Mage.
My hair is not exhibiting any growth.
It was sustained.
Oh, thank you.
This means that it has shifted to a challenge of sustain for a build, but not been nerfed at all. It was actually, depending how you played it, buffed. For fire infusions, it was nerfed more. For non-infusion related, it was technically buffed because they nerfed the quality. But I am going to play Chonk Cock for 0.5.
Chonk cock! That chonky
Because
cock!
running out of mana is actually a choice. Mana's a choice. You have the choice of having infinite mana. Because remnants are buffed in 0.5. It is now 20% leech of your maximum mana. You can scale this number with remnant effect and get up to 290%, which makes that 58% mana. And then that number of 58% is scalable with all these nodes on the tree for amount of mana leached, like here, and here.
50%, that's a lot.
Here. Potentially down here.
That's a
Oh,
lot.
look, there's more over here. No, wrong one. There's more over here. Wrong one.
No,
I'm
wrong
gonna get
one.
this eventually.
Wrong one. It's up. It's up. It's up.
Here,
Yep, there it is. There it is. You got it.
Regardless, this number can get well over 100% of your maximum mana per second. It goes off every 1.2 seconds. Leech is over 1 second. So you can get a mana stacker with like 8k mana that could get 15k mana per second pretty easily. And if you think I am crazy, this is a live demo from Korhor here.
Korhor, the goat
Doing
of
exactly
Chonk.
this, except it's getting buffed in 0.5. So,
The Chonk goat.
the most powerful setup from 0.4 has not been truly nerfed. It's just made the regen challenging by nerfing Leech. And you
I
can
have
instead
investment
choose
into
mana
generation at
with
all.
Chonk
This is just
and
blue flame.
maintain an absurd amount of mana spend. This was done with Archmage, as well as... where'd it go? Archmage and Mind of the Council are
Guys,
both on here.
do you think that this gets nerfed?
Showcase what the build might look like.
Do you guys
and
think that
highlight
this is
the
going to get
problem
nerfed
to
before the
show
game
why
goes
the solution
live
is necessary.
in one day?
So I don't have a particularly optimized character for this. I don't even have a loot filter on.
No? You guys don't
But
think so,
this
really?
Is Comet. It's not a. This isn't a real Comet build because I didn't have one. But I had a mana stacker playing Incinerate Black Flame that I have basically butchered. Like I still have like the wrong annoyance and stuff. I've just modified it to play Comet.
They're fast, but not that fast.
I'm gonna make the real character in 0.5.
I mean, didn't Connor make the video like the day
and
before
just
and
kinda
they
show off how
nerfed it
the
today?
build looks, although you can show how it looks with many builds from 0.4.
2 days? Well, that was for
maybe
two
should've
things,
skipped
you
know?
know?
the
They
boss.
nerfed two things. Then, you know, if they're gonna nerf one thing,
okay,
they
you know
only
what,
need
to
a
be fair,
day. That
it's-
means
you're basically just clearing with Spark. It's not that crazy of a.
you know, they could nerf this. They could nerf this. I really hope Connor does not like 10 toes down be like, I'm gonna play this build, because I do have a feeling that GG really just wants to get rid of Comet no matter what. And like, I'm gonna be honest again, I think that they could get rid of Comet the moment they get rid of just like what is it called? They just you know what they need to do? They just need to disable Cock, all right? They just need to disable Cock. There it is. Just ban it for now, you know? Just give it a pause, give it a break, stop thinking about it, and you know, maybe we'll go and come back to it the next day. Just buffed everything, GG, unleash us. Where's the Twister nerf? Non-existent. They need to change energy gen. They can't disable Cock. 95% of the player base is male. Death knocking a door meme. Yep. Each one going down the list. But I mean, if we're talking about like the nerfs, right? Connor went in and 2 out of the 4 things that he talked about got nerfed. First thing, Ancestral Bond Totem, right? Ancestral Bond Keystone. Now, instead of saying there's no cost, it's just no charge. So you now have to pay the mana for it. So that got a big change. Despite spell totem having spell tags, summoning a totem itself is not a spell, so costs added to spells are not added to summoning a spell totem. Okay, they got rid of that. And they also got rid of Blood Mage. The Sanguine Tide Ascendancy now grants one life flask charge per 2% life spent, previously 4. On hitting an enemy while life flask is at full charges, 40% of the charges are consumed, unchanged. Gain 1% of damage with physical 5 seconds. Previous was 3 seconds. Flasks do not recover life. Wow, flasks do not recover life. That is a crazy nerf. Holy crap. Yeah, wow. Especially now with Leech being Deado. Oh my god, how the hell are you gonna play that? Like, is this notable just unplayable? Can't defeat the cock. Man, that's crazy. Holy. It's like, how are Blood Mages gonna survive now? They have no leech. They can't recover life if they take this node. Like, it's just basically, hey, don't play this node. Only from remnants. Yeah, only from the remnant, which is not that much. It's really not that much. Macro this, bitches. Yeah, the no remnants. Yeah, but it's like so minimum. If you actually want to be a spellcaster, I feel like you can't just rely on that. And now you gotta go play Pac-Man, that means. Which also sucks. Did they nerf Comet? For the most part, yeah. I think there might be some fringe cases where it works. If they don't if they nerf this one too, the Chonk one. But yeah. It's pretty rough. It's Fub's fault. I mean, Fub and Connor basically did a fusion Ha, right? He did a fusion Ha and got both these nerfed. He got this and this. Just leave my plants alone. I don't think they're touching plants. I think plants are fine. I'm still just appalled that this node still exists. Wild Surge incantations. I thought they would have for sure baked it into the skill itself or something. Because this is basically just required for plants. If you don't play this on plants, you're just stupid. You're just not doing damage. Just play Flub Gun builds and you guys are safe? Connor just made the video and got the credit. I thought for sure it was a Band-Aid fix and they were going to change it this league, but I guess not. All right, let's see. Many skills which has no cost now cost 0 mana, meaning that they can now gain additional costs. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The additional chest modifier on Strongbox is now +1 instead of +1 to 2. Strongbox nerfs! Oh my goodness! Ain't no way! Okay. Oh wait, they buffed Strongboxes here. Wait a second. Add a new prefix modifiers. Rarity draw from the monsters and rarity of contained items. Effectiveness of monsters and 20 to 30% more quantity of contained items. Oh, Strawbox meta, guys. Strawbox meta. No longer get offered ritual offer rewards after. Oh my god. That's crazy. We all thought that we were going to get that guaranteed unique and during ritual, and now we're not getting that. So life flasks don't work? Yeah. If you take that. If you take the node. Yeah, I know. The ritual from Phrathorn is nerfed. What the hell? I wonder now describes the number of sharp projectiles fired per second while on flight. This number is modified. Fix the bug. cause the minion damage bonus against non-uniques introduced, so blah. Okay, I don't care. Minions. Who cares? Big J, it's a buff. It is not a buff, guys. This is unfortunate. I was hoping that maybe we would get lucky in League Start and we'd stumble across like a face breaker here or something like that. But I guess that's not happening. I mean, it's just literally just like one unique. You really gotta take that away from us, GG. You really gotta take that away from us. Mage Blood, Act 1? No, that wouldn't happen. That's not possible. I'm sure how to understand the spell totem node. Is it confirming how I thought the totals were going to work, or are they nerfing it? They're nerfing it. So before it said there were no costs. So it means that there was no mana costs. But now they got rid of that, so there's mana cost now, which is a huge nerf. Because if you use Archmage and like the spells that the totem casts with Archmage just is going to burn away your mana like crazy. Someone would keep running Act 1 until they got something they wanted. Is it rerunnable? I don't even know. They could always just make it so you can't rerun it. That's a better nerf if that's the case. What song? You can see it on the bottom of the screen. It's called Keep On Keeping On. Is Ice Shot better on Martial Artist than Deadeye? For single target, probably. Margaret was a part of it, but there's a unique interaction where people are racking up huge totem costs to get insane damage. Now this prevents them from doing that without insane mana regen. But yeah. Interesting why they decided to buff strong boxes. I mean, you know what? Hey, strong box meta incoming, boys. All right, we're gonna go hit the strong boxes when when we start doing maps. Screw doing league mechanics. We're doing strong box mechanics. Easy. It's Path of Exile 1 all over again. But man, this is a bummer. This is a bummer nerf. Like, if I were them, right? If they were, I don't know if you can even do this, but if you can, right? If you could, like, rerun Faithhorn over and over again to farm, just make it so that Faithhorn only works once. You only get this once, and after that, you can't do it anymore. It's like Elder Maddox, right? You do Elder Maddox once, and you can't do it again. So they should have done that. But you know what? It is what it is. GG doesn't like fun. Joe Nathan's sitting on his yacht. He's probably waking up. He probably woke up today 9 a.m. in the morning, right? And then he tried to go pour his bottle of wine into his little wine glass. And then he was like, all right, time for my daily cup of wine at 9 a.m. Oh, shit, no more wine. And then he went on a rampage, dude. And he went on a rampage. And he nerfed this, and then he nerfed this. And then he was like, yeah, fuck Ritual. I think this league will be more fun than 0.4, hopefully. I think so. Fan Pumpkin's channel and Connor was like, fuck this, my wine. No fun for me, no fun for y'all. Exactly. He ran out of wine. Blood Mage will rise again. We'll see. We'll see. We hope you really enjoy. We really hope you enjoy Path of Exile 2 Return of the Ancients. Thank you for your support. And they link us to the pack website for support. When they say thank you for your support, they're saying thank you for buying our packs. Not your support. Like, thank you for playing the game. Thank you for paying for our packs so I can go and afford my yacht. Damn. Addicted all year. First comment. I know this guy. I recognize this guy. I'm okay with Blood Mage with Freythorn. Fuck that Wild's nerf. It was new friendly. I mean, it's just a fun little nice thing. Like, what's wrong with getting one unique, you know? What's wrong with getting one unique? It's not even like the uniques could roll that well in that area anyways, because all Act 1, it's all low level unique, so yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. I didn't play 0.4. What's your take on Ritualist overall? I mean, unless you're doing some charm shenanigans, Ritualist is like only good for negative rarity farming or stat stacking. Woolie's Mace Hollow Palm martial artist. I mean, I think it's like, so I didn't like super dig into it, right? But like, if you go, let's see, Wooly Po 2, right? So I didn't like super
Immediately
dig
hammer.
deep into it, but I just feel like, because he's using mainly, right? He's mainly using mace skills, I think. And mainly using mace skills. I think his AoE might be hollow form, though. I'm just a little bit worried about like mace skills, because I just don't think single like mace skills are very good with face breakers. But I mean, it should be fine. I'm sure it'll make it work. I'm sure you can make it work. That's very interesting. I mean, like, this will scale off a Hollow Palm, right? But the Hammer of the Gods doesn't scale off of the face breakers, which is a little bit weird. Because, like, Hollow Palm is what gives you your crit, but Hammer of the Gods and Sunder are not going to have the crit from Hollow Palm. So you might be, like, crit might be lacking. We'll see, though. What's up, Trump DL? I barely see any Chrono Star builds. Is it that bad? No, not really. Chrono's really be fine. But I think Chrono's just a little bit hard to start because, well, it's a couple things. So Chrono itself, I think, is gonna be really good for like early bossing. But like when it comes to mapping, Chrono's like a little bit slower and doesn't get as much from its ascendancy. But I also do just think that people are just playing what other people play. People just play what people make. And I don't think that a lot of streamers are making Chronomancer builds. Pretty sure there's a Giga unarmed strength stacking falling thunder builder out there. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure we can make it. Topic for pod? I don't really remember. It's probably like 0.5 stuff. League start stuff. You were saying Chrono was nerfed for their playstyle before. I mean, in a way, it kind of was. But overall, I think the Ascendancy is better. Like, the playstyle got nerfed, but the Ascendancy is better, if that makes sense. Do you think they can overtune the new Monk Ascendancy? Like, you can give the same ES EV stats or glove as body armor or even higher? There's a chance. There's a chance. I definitely think there's a chance they might have overtuned the gloves, but we also don't know. Like, they might shadow nerf it, right? That's always a possibility. I'm walking into it expecting like the stats to have been halved. I know you have shock on Herald of Ice on your guy. I was curious why. Just doing a little bit of extra lightning damage to shock because we are taking what is it called? We are taking this node right here to get some lightning damage on our stuff. 5% is extra damage. Just you know, a little bit of extra utility. Honestly, Herald of Ice doesn't really do that much damage anyways, so I'd rather get the utility than anything. When's the next podcast? Next podcast is in about 11 hours. 10 and a half hours. South Hall Martial Arts is the weakest. I don't know that one. I stream until the podcast? Hell nah, bro. Hell nah. I mean, I'm assuming Rabbit will start streaming at some point, and I'll toss you guys over to him. And then we'll all come back here for the podcast. Who's the guest? Captain Lance. We have Captain Lance as the podcast guest. If you go to the post, you will see we are the Path to Exile podcast is what is it called? Episode 45. Hold the phone, Mom. We're getting the minion specialist Captain Lance on our podcast this week. Come hang out for our last episode before patch 0.5 finally arrives. Podcast starts in less than 24 hours, May 28th. Whoops, not May 28th. 8th. At 11 a.m. Pacific. Hope to see you guys there. The recon mechanic is completely gone. Yes, it is gone. You also Decker-Caners. Is Life Leech Hatch 40k hit damage so bad? I don't think I've ever had a 40k tooltip on anything. I got into T15. Is this fine? Or is this bad for Juiced Endgame? It's really bad for Juiced Endgame, yes. It's really bad for Juiced Endgame. I mean, even mid endgame, you'll, depending on the skill, you can hit that much. It's multi-fold, though. The thing is, like, Shmata, let's say your skill doesn't hit 40k because it's a fast-hitting skill, right? They also nerfed the fact that you can't stack leech anymore. So it's like if you're hitting, let's say, 20k on every per hit, but you're hitting once every 5 seconds or something, or 5 times every second, well, you can't stack that anymore. It's only, like, once you have to wait until the first one is done, and then you can get the next one in. So it just, leech just got nerfed overall, in all aspects. Facebreaker is extractable now with the Allroth rune. Is it? Did they update the filter or something like that? They added it? Okay, good. Because that was that would have been weird if it wasn't on that list. Okay, now we have like more legacy of, where is it? Facebreaker? Oh, there it is. Legacy of Facebreaker. There it is. They added it. Let's go. But yeah, because I'm pretty sure Facebreaker says it's a Ezomite item. So it was weird that it wasn't including it. Well, that's good. That's awesome. They're probably thinking about what to take from it. I don't know. I think I just forgot to add it. I'll be honest. Ooh, baby. The Breach Lord sack. Oh my goodness. Bro. I could only imagine that thing is like ginormous. Holy crap. I can't wait to get the Breach Lord sack. Can you add the emote? This is the Lance emote. Sure, okay, sure. Does he have 2? I mean, I'm pretty sure he does. You can only take 1 from him, though. Taking both 2 would be too powerful. Interesting. Thaumaturgic Flux, there's multiple levels to it. Why are there so many augments? Hey, all right. We don't talk about that. All right. We don't talk about that. GG loves their augments. I'm do I need to get back on my soapbox and complain about augments again? I don't think so. I'll be talking about augments way too much this league. Think they've all fit in one tab. Well, that's the thing. I am glad they updated the UI, right? The UI for the augment update is really nice. Like honestly, right now, like the current augment tab looks way better than way worse than the new one. Like the new one is way better. Even though we have more augments, it's way more easy to like read and discern in this new one, even though we added so many more augments. Am I gonna work on a filter today? No, because I don't think they. Well, first of all, I don't really do filter work. I just usually get the regular, like I just get the NeverSync filter, the default one for the most part. But then also, I don't think NeverSync has like the new stuff updated yet. Oh wait, no, he did. He did update it. Looks like he did. Oh wait, no, this is Poe 1. Whoops. Poe 2. Yeah, Return of the Ancients update in progress. Give me 0.5 already. I wish. All right. Let's go watch some of these videos, right? First, let's watch the augment one first, this user experience one first, because I don't think we're gonna have as much to talk about. Whereas this one, I think we're gonna have a little bit more.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. We've added a ton of new quality of life features in Return of the Ancients. Here's a couple you'll find useful in the endgame. The Atlas now has a search box that updates live as you type. If you have a specific map you'd like to run, just key in the name of it and you'll be able to locate it instantly. Hitting enter will move you from map to map, allowing you to easily move between them.
Dude, how is this gonna work if our Atlas is like just huge, right? You know what I mean? Like at the end game, like a month or two in, like our Atlas is just like giant. It's so big. You go out forever. And then you know what's gonna happen, right? You guys know exactly what's gonna happen. You know what's exactly gonna happen. You're gonna search for a map, you're gonna find it, and it's like somewhere in Narnia, and then it's gonna be like, oh, the fog of war is covering it. You can't see it. Like I don't know. I don't see a world where they fix that. We need to be able to zoom way out far enough to look down from space. I was mad at Glacial Cascade Pros logo at first, but Act 2 you're cruising. Yeah, Act 1 is the worst part of it. But yeah, this one is
this works
we'll see.
On more than just map names. You can find biomes, powerful bosses, or even specific
farmers,
mods.
ethical monk setup.
Really
no.
anything about a map you can think of. And this can come in handy if you get specific tablets that you want to use with specific mechanics.
I have not.
For example, if you get a tablet that adds extra essence encounters, you might want to run it with a map that boosts essences. By typing essence in the search box, you can find maps that will affect them, like this map, which causes essence packs to have 2 rares in them. Now that we have trade market search built into the game client, we've also added the ability to price check items you find more easily. Shift-Alt clicking an item will now instantly search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we've added the ability to enable and disable each modifier individually.
Wasn't that always a thing? I'm pretty sure this has always been a thing. Why is he saying like they just added this?
Letting you see exactly how each one affects the item's price. And that's not all. The fragment stash tab is finally coming.
I mean, okay, guys, we have to give him. We have to cut him some slack. All right, Joe Nathan. There's a couple things right. He's getting older every single year. You know, he's getting more gray hairs. He's getting a little more senile. He's maybe forgetting things more often, right? He's also working hard. 0.5 has been a lot of hard work. Probably long hours on his yacht. And, you know, probably less hours on his yacht, actually, right? And maybe he's had a little bit too much wine to drink. So all those things combined, I get it. I get it. All right? We got to cut him a little bit of slack. It makes sense. You know, he makes a little bit of tiny mistake. Just let that one slip by, all right? Don't give him shit for it. He's like that old grandpa you have that, like, you know, is really nice, but, like, you know, just a little bit crazy. Maybe a little bit racist. But you know, he's your grandpa, so you kind of gotta let him go.
Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some serious tabception. This tab is a dedicated storage for various boss fragments. There's also a tab for all your
Do
precursor
you input
tablets.
it easy or
Each
type
tablet type
everything on your own?
receives
What do you
6
mean?
tabs of storage. Finally, there's storage for your Jin barriers and inscribed ultimatums.
Dude, this part of the tab is so funny. It's literally 2 things. It's literally 2 things. You really have to make a separate tab for this? Come on, man. But I'm glad about the precursor tablet though. I've been waiting for this for we've been waiting for this for so long.
Finally, there's storage for your Jin barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which also get 6 tabs each. Speaking of changes to stash tabs, with the runes of Aldo League, there's a ton more runes that have been added to the game. In order to fit them, we've modified the Socketables stash tab. There are now 5 substashes for runes, Kalguuran rune, Socketables stash tab. There are now 5 substashes for runes,
substashes.
Kalguuran runes,
Probably said something else.
soul cores, idols, and ancient augments.
Ancient augments. So yeah, we were right on this one where we thought this was going to be a place where they put like the abyss ones, right? Like Tekrod's gaze and all that. But I guess they also have these ones for like the new league,
giving you much more space for all those runes. All these features and much more are
the
available.
The latest
Return
patch
of
notes
the
fixed the
Ancients on
Archmage
May
totem thing.
29th.
It did.
Thanks for watching, and see you at launch.
All right. I mean, cool UI stuff, cool, what is it called? QOL stuff. I'm looking forward to the fragments tab. This is so much cleaner than our old one, even though they added way more fragments. I'm glad they did this. You know, I'm glad they did this. Now, again, for this one, for the maps, the search, Atlas search, I'm glad they added it. But then also, we all know what's going to happen. We're going to go into this. We're going to type in a name. We're going to hit the fog of war. And we're going to sit there for 5 minutes for the freaking map to show up. Like, you know, if you guys don't know what I mean by that, let's I'll head into the game to show you. I'm pretty sure almost everybody knows exactly what I mean, but just in case there are like, you know, some people who haven't been to the end game or something like that. Doesn't work on hidden maps. I mean, it works for every map that you've seen, basically, that's on your atlas. Every area you explored, I'm pretty sure. Fog, if you like, you know, you go this, right? You open it up, and then you're like, oh, let's go over here. Ah, shit. That's definitely what's gonna happen. There's no way this isn't gonna happen when we have the search function. It's like we're gonna type in, oh, look for Sacred Reservoir. It's gonna blink us over, and it's literally just gonna be like, oh, all right, where is it? I don't see it. Okay, eventually. Eventually. Oh, Sacred Vault. That one loads up. This one loads up. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. Oh, boom. We got it. Finally. All right. Guarantee you that's what's going to happen. Manually move there, not jump to. I don't know where it is, though. You know, I don't know where it is. Like, you know, that's the whole reason why you have the search function, so you don't have to manually move to it.
That will affect them, like this map, which causes essence packs to have 2 rares in them. Now that we have trade market search built into alt clicking for rare.
Yeah. So that's probably what's going to happen. I guarantee it. Minecraft loading chunks. It's not meaningful Atlas movement. Yeah, that's definitely what's going to happen. But, you know, overall, I'm very happy for the QOL changes. I'm very happy for it. All right, the other video I want to watch was this one, though, the Kalguuran skills. Because I don't know how you guys felt, right? I don't know how many of you guys watched it, but how many of you guys, what do you guys feel about it for those who you did, right? If you felt really, like, looking forward to it, like, you're very excited about the skill, type in 1. If you're just like, it's all right, type in 2, and you're like kind of disappointed, pretty disappointed, type in 3. Right? 1 for very excited, 2 for middling, 3 for whatever. Or not great. 2, 2, 3, couple 1s in there too. 2, 2, 2, 0. Yeah, I so far I've seen mostly 2s is like the majority, which I feel like is probably how I'm feeling as well. There was like 1 or 2 things that looked cool, but I don't know how good it's gonna be. But and there was just some stuff I'm like, yeah, what is this used for? But we'll see, right? We don't know if there's like more support gems. You don't know if there's more like synergies with equipment or whatever. So, you know, we'll see. But let's go watch this.
Hi, I'm
Skyfall
Jonathan
seems
Rogers,
cool, yeah,
game
but they
director
didn't
on
show
Path of
it.
Exile
I was
2.
pissed off.
The Ruins of Elder League contains remnant encounters that can grant you a huge variety of rewards. Among these are Kalguuran skills.
Like, look, they pull in Skyfall, and this is like, wow, that sounds sick. I wonder what that skill is. I literally said that in my first like reaction. I was like, wow, Skyfall, that sounds sick, and they never showed it.
Fusions of Kalguuran rune shapes and Rayclast magic that are powered by your runic ward instead of mana. They also don't have attribute requirements.
Mostly the one that
meaning
leaves
they
with
can be
minions.
used with any class.
So I thought that Bitter Dead looked pretty cool. I don't know how good it's gonna be. It's kind of like Volatile Dead, but except cold. And they didn't show repulsion, but I could just imagine this being pretty funny using it. You throw it into a group of enemies, and then you just like bounce around like pinballs.
You'll need to plan your ward costs around them, but with
James
the right
Bond,
armor and maybe a rune or
Skyfall.
two, you can augment your character with runic might. Or even make a
Ooh,
build
look at
dedicated to
that!
these new skills.
And then it spawns like the little like the little tentacle minions out. That's so cool. Like,
With runic might. Or even make a build dedicated to these new
look
skills.
at that. That's so cool.
Raise chilling volatile orbs with bitter dedicated to rune or two. You can augment your
I'm
character
sure
with
this is a
runic might.
minion skill, right? There's no way this isn't a minion skill. I mean, it's actually, it might be like Unearth, you know, like half like spell, half minions. So it might be really annoying to build because Unearth isn't like the best thing to build around. So I hope it isn't like that because it is a
Even make
cool
a build
skill.
dedicated
I
to
like
these new
it.
skills.
That has to be
Raise
Skyfall.
chilling volatile orbs with bitter dead.
How's it a minion skill? Because there's minions that pop up. It's like Unearth. There's a spell portion of it, and then there's like the minion portion of it.
To these new skills. Raise chilling volatile orbs with bitter dead, which spends ward to create chilling cores to seek out your enemies and explode them.
All these new spell interact
Also
with
dealing
totems, so there's no
damage and leaving-
ward, but they also don't pay the cost. I have no clue. Actually.
Behind a rune that deals cold damage over time.
They might not be sockable totems. Who
Exploding
knows?
the corpses of enemies after they're dead might
Maybe.
feel damage cores
But
to
this is
seek
pretty
out-
cool. I like
Raise
this.
chilling volatile
It
orbs
looks
with bitter
looks
dead,
cool.
which spends ward to create chilling cores to seek
It's
out
basically
your
just
enemies and
Volatile
explode
Dead,
them.
but it looks cool
Also
and it's
dealing
cold.
damage and leaving behind a rune that deals cold damage over time. Exploding the corpses of enemies after they're dead might feel a little ancient. Instead, detonate your foes
Does
that are
Unearth
still
use an
alive.
endgame? There's not
Cause
really
enemies
many
hit with
Unearth
detonate living
builds.
that are under the cull threshold.
It's
to
pretty
immediately explode.
underwhelming. This is also pretty
Detonate
cool
living
too.
that are
This like detonate living. I have a feeling that there might be some cool synergies with it, with like the coal gloves, potentially, right? Because hitting enemies under the coal threshold cause them to violently explode. The question is, right, is it going to be doing it based off of the percentage of HP, or is it like a flat damage? Because like, if you go to Detonate Dead, let's see what the description for Detonate Dead is. Description for Detonate Dead, it says causes it to violently explode, damaging surrounding enemies, right? So it doesn't say anything about the HP scaling, so I would hope that this has some sort of HP scaling on it to make it work similar to Detonate Dead. What does repeatable mean? Repeatable means that you could use what is it called? Like I think it's seals or barrage on it. I think repeatable is for barrage. Repeating skills, right? Yeah. Barrage, and then I think for spells it's seals. Usually unleash, I think. Let's see. Bow, projectile, steel attack. Okay, yeah. And then or not unleash. Contagion. No, that's not it. Repeating skills. There's definitely stuff like, for example, the Chronomancer. It there it goes. Some skill effects cause barrageable skills to repeat, causing you to perform the act where it fires off projectiles or other effects multiple times in quick suggestion when single use of the skill. So like barrage does it for like barrageable skills, and then for what is it called? For spells, it's called repeatable, but I don't know if there's any way to like off the top of my head. I'm not a caster player, so I don't know off the top of my head what causes things to repeat other than the new Chronomancer node, right? So if you go to the Chronomancer, you'll see that the new one, let me see, did they put the new one in there? No, they didn't put the new one in there. The new Chronomancer, it has a thing on this one right here where it's like 20% chance to barrage or to echo and 20% chance to repeat. Comet is a repeat on quality. Yeah. Yeah, chance to repeat right there. So basically just like chance to launch it again. God, I just want to search for the general term. So detonate dead can explode twice. Yeah, it's either that or it explodes on multiple enemies, which is the more likely one. It's like if you have two enemies that can be what is it called? This one, detonate living, right? It'll do it on one, and then it'll do it on the other one. Yo, what's up, Connor? Skill's major weakness, I can only listen to one Adele song about 20 to 30 times on repeat before I need to take a break. Dude, you gotta... Dude, what do you... I saw you posted earlier about Chonk, and I'm like, is there any way in this universe where this does not get nerfed at some point? I don't know, man. They already knocked everything else down. I feel like they see this the moment they see you put this up. There's like, all right, it's done, it's out. Chonk is real. I know it's real. I know it's real, and it's too real actually to the point where like I feel like GG might just come in and just like, yeah, it's over. We're taking this guy out. He's getting triple tapped. Can you change detonate living into detonate dead? Yeah. Ooh, let me see. Does it leave a corpse?
To immediately explode.
No, it does not work that way because I don't think it leaves a corpse.
Conductive runes spends ward to create a number of runes in front of you. After arming, these hazardous runes will explode when stepped on by an enemy, dealing lightning attack damage and causing electrocution buildup. This skill excels in getting you out of your current predicament, incapacitating pursuers or getting you out of a tight corner. Runeforged blades.
This one, damage, honestly, like it's electrocutes super well compared to every other source of electrocution in the game. It looks like it electrocutes way better than everything else.
Stepped on by
so this might be like a premium source for some sort of CC.
Dealing lightning attack damage and causing
on single target without too much. Like we don't know how much he has put into it and skilled into it. Like, has he even any increased actual electrocution buildup or anything like that on his tree? We don't know. But at least off the just like surface, it looks like there's quite a bit of electrocution buildup. Like, look at that. It just like hits them once,
out of a tight corner.
And it just goes and electrocutes them. So maybe it might just be like useful thing. Like, you know, this patch, this update in 0.4, the what is it called? The meta was to go cold and freeze enemies and just blow them up within the freeze. There could be a world where maybe just stacking into electrocution, if it's easy enough to build up, might be the way to go.
Current predicament.
Goes a rabbit.
Incapacitating pursuers or getting you out of a tight corner. Runeforged Blade spends ward to make supported skills fire projectiles after fully armor breaking an enemy. Investing into projectile modifiers like Pierce or Chain will boost it even further. Eternal March.
Now, for this one, it looks really cool. I'm really hoping that we can get some cool like armor break shenanigans with this. I mean, it would have been way too OP, let's be real, if you could put this into into your Herald of Ice. I was like, wait a second. Is that possible? Can we put this in the Herald of Ice? Yeah, no. Supports attacks that you use yourself. I would love it. Yeah, I think he's building on his because he's doing the iron whatever bow, right? The new bow that they added. Warbringer, I think. Yeah, Ironbound Warden Bow. And he's doing like armor break stuff with it because arrows return on targets that have been fully broken their armor. So Cal's definitely going to be using this, and it's going to work really well. Wait, Rabbit, you're feeling sick? Oh no, that's not good, dude. You got to get some rest, man. Get some good sleep, because you can't go into the new league feeling sick, man. 38.8 degrees Celsius. Oh shit. I mean, look, and we also have a pod tomorrow. Like, as always, like, well, I mean, if you're not feeling up to it, feel free to take a break, of course, always. But I'm sure you want to be there. That's over 100 American freedom units, baby. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing Mo Beta on my 69th birthday. Is today your 69th birthday? I do remember you talking about that, right? Is today your 69th? Mo, drink up some milk and man up. I mean, if you're drinking too much milk, you might get nerfed.
Fully armor breaking an enemy.
It's finally here, yo. Happy birthday, man. Happy 69th. I hope your 69th birthday brings you as much joy as 69 does for many people.
Projectile modifiers like Pierce or Chain will boost it even further. Eternal March taps into your reserves of Runic Ward to instantly restore your dead minions to life. Use it as a panic button when a boss crushes your army into dust.
Mod me for a second. Alright. Well, what do you need mod for? Oh wait, I need to remove you as VIP first. Can I un-VIP? / un-VIP Dead Rabbit. Alright, and mod him. There it is. Boom. Go at it. Go crazy. What the fuck is this? I can't see shit. What is that emote? It's literally a goddamn ant. Holy.
Or even provide more fuel for minion explosions. Just be careful, as spending this much ward will leave you vulnerable. If you want to cosplay a turtle without holding a pesky...
What? I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. This skill right here. Who's gonna be using this? Like, who? Any attack that you'd want to block, you're probably getting heavy stun, because you're probably not building that much stun threshold. And, like, if you're going to be playing a build that active blocks, I feel like you just probably play minions. Or, like, you're probably already playing a shield build. I honestly don't see myself using any of the skills they showcase so far. Okay, it's at 21 out of 20. Maybe it starts at level 40. There's 40 at level 1 scaling. Dude, there's no way this is good. Like, okay. So you take 21% of damage blocked by hits. Let's say it's what you're saying is right, and that it starts at 40. So when it goes to, what is it called? It goes to 40, it goes to like 0% damage taken, right? But isn't active block already just 0 damage taken from a shield? Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's just the way that I'm thinking about it. If this works for red flash, I don't think so. Because it uses the word blocking hits, right? And red flash is you cannot block it. It's the red flash talks about the keyword you can't block. So I really don't think that's gonna be the case. Damn, Rabbit's going ham. He's going scorched earth right now. Dude, there's no way you're using this. I do not see anybody using it. And this costs a skill slot too. Active blocking doesn't cost a skill slot. This costs a skill block. Who the hell is out here using this crap?
Runic Reprieve has you covered, literally.
You can use it without a shield, but like I'm saying, like in what situation would you use this if you're not playing a character that would use a shield? Like if you're not using a shield, you probably don't need this. Because you're just gonna kill the enemy anyways before it fucking hits you. And any hit that you would want to actively block, you're probably gonna get heavy stunned by it. And let's be real, you know, we're just gonna go CC him anyways, you know, do like a freeze, one-shot it. Like, why would you ever need this?
Spell behaves quite similarly to raising your shield.
Like, even for most people with active block, like even most people wearing a shield, don't fucking use active block. So why would you purposely throw in a skill that gives you active block if the people who have access to free don't really even use it?
Has you covered, literally. This channeled spell behaves quite similarly to raising your shield, blocking all hits you take. It even protects your back. However, every time you're hit, your ward depletes.
Rabbit, you got to do this, man. On your plant build, you got to make this build, this skill meta. Then everybody will use it. Put it in your plants guide. Put this skill in your plants guide. Everyone will use it. That's how we shift the meta. It doesn't matter if the skill itself sucks. As long as the build creator has the skill in their build guide, people are going to use it. Dude, that's like the 5-head play right there.
Let's play a turtle without holding a pesky shield. Runic Reprieve.
Tell it's a pub gun. Literally. No, he's a play. I mean,
this channel,
you know what? You're right.
Quite
He could.
Similarly to raising your shield, blocking all hits you take. It even protects your back. However, every time you're hit, your ward depletes, and you can't recover it while channeling. Additionally, every hit causes heavy stun buildup on you, just like
Dude, look at how much heavy stun that guy's getting. He's getting hit by like a couple of hits, and it's just like.
Additionally, every hit causes heavy stun buildup on you, just like raising your shield. Sometimes what's buried in the past can still hurt you. Fragments of the Past creates a Verisium volcano, which spews ice fragments around you for a duration. This is an excellent way to augment your ice fragment builds, complementing your Wolf's Cross Slash or a Freezing Salvo ice build.
I can see this potentially being a thing that people use on their ice, their snipe builds, because they did nerf, what is it called? They did nerf the freeze buildup on both your Freezing Salvo and your ice shot, so it's kind of like in this situation where he's using it. I can see this as a possibility.
As well as others. Try out these Kalguuran gems and more on May 20th.
But dude, we really need to see this though. I really want to see this work out.
You can augment your
people are saying that this might be Skyfall, right? Which is definitely possible. But man, the skill looks cool.
Or even make a build dedicated to
man, the skill looks cool. That's like how I wish like Comet looked, or like what is it called? What's that fucking fire skill called? The one that shoots like the many meteors down. Firestorm, yeah. That's what I wish Firestorm would look like. Honestly. This would be like ideal if Firestorm looked like this.
Or even make a build dedicated to these new skills.
Calamity? I guess Calamity kind of looks like that.
Orbs with bitter dead.
But I don't like how Calamity you can only use it with Bear, right?
Your enemies and explode them. Also dealing damage and leaving behind a rune that deals cold damage over time. Exploding.
Can you use skills in Hollow Form generate frenzy charges with combat frenzy? Yeah, as long as you freeze.
The corpses of enemies after they're dead might feel a little ancient. Instead, detonate your foes while they're still alive, causing enemies hit with detonate living that are under the cull threshold to immediately explode.
Bitter Dead looks good as fuck. I mean, it looks sick, but in reality, it's kind of just like a reskin Volatile Dead, right? It does leave this little rune that does cold damage, whatever that means. I think it's probably this shit. Would be my guess, maybe? Because when we're breaking it down here, because it leaves behind a rune that does cold damage. Maybe it's like those little tiny, like, these little bits. These little, like, pop rock looking shits. Which, by the way, pop rocks, man, absolutely delicious.
Rune that deals cold damage over time.
Let's see. So it spends more transforming in bitter cores, seek out enemies, chill enemies near them, cores explode, duration creating runes that additional cold damage over time. Because then say it puts down chilled ground. So it could be like this. You know how like that fucking bitch in Act 1, Ariadne? She leaves that cold ground on the ground that does damage over time, but it's not like actual chilled ground. I think that maybe that's what it is. Can we have this, for us old folk, can we have this emote? 6-7 is too new for us. I mean, link me to the actual emote page and I'll add it for you. This could be also a Varashta thing, too. You could, like, combo this with Varashta if you really wanted to. If it is chilled ground.
The corpses of enemies after they're dead might feel a little ancient. Instead, detonate your foes while they're still alive, causing enemies hit with detonate living that are under the cull threshold to immediately explode. Conductive Rune spends...
I don't know. In terms of, like, the actual skills that I'm excited for here, the only one that I'm truly excited for is this.
A rune or two. You can
even though it's probably going to be like some shitty build, like shitty move, like an Earth. It's going to be like some hybrid minion spell, and then you can't really. It's going to be hard to scale. That's probably what it's going to be. Did they show any monk related skills? I mean, all these skills can be used on every class, so there's not necessarily like anything that's like monk related in that sense because all of them are just by themselves. They can be done on any character. But in terms of like synergies with Monk, I don't really see it either. I don't really see any synergies with Monk at the moment. Unless you're doing like a armor break whirling assault, and then you do that with rune forged blades. But my whole thing is like, why would you... I feel like heralds clear well enough when scaled. So it's like, why would we need this? Now, granted, we are losing some top end with our levels to skills, to attack skills, but still, it feels a little bit weird. Unearth is goaded early on. I gotta go for bells in the new build. Still a little bit undecided. Either bells or combo. Can we put this Comet skill on cast on? I would assume so, because all these are... They're just skills, right? They're not anything. They're not like meta skills. They're regular skills. So I would assume you could put it on cast on stuff. Now, is your Runic Ward going to be able to keep up with your cast on setup? Now, that's the real question, right? Because there's, at the moment, there's... At least from what we've seen, from what they've shown, right? I don't think there's all too many ways to recover Runic Ward very efficiently. Like, we have Runic Ward regeneration rate, and regeneration rate is doubled. So maybe there's a way to get it up high enough to where we can, but we don't have enough information on that yet. These skills seem more supplementary. Well, Jonathan says a lot of things. Let's be real. Again, refer to Jonathan saying that martial artist is the unarmed class, is the class that synergizes, like it adds stuff for unarmed class. It does not. So Jonathan yaps a lot, but he did say that some of these might be some main skills.
The Runes of Elder League contains remnant encounters that can grant you a huge variety of rewards. Among these are Kalguuran skills, fusions of Kalguuran rune shapes, and Ray-classed magic that are powered by your Runic Ward instead of mana. They also don't have attribute requirements, meaning they can be used with any class. You'll need to plan your ward costs around them, but with the right armor, and maybe a rune or two, You can augment your character with runic might, or even make a build dedicated to these new skills.
Do you know runic
Raise
war regen
chilling
is like
volatile
mana?
orbs with bitter dead, which spends ward to create chilling cores to seek out your enemies
I
and
think
explode
so.
them, also dealing damage and leaving behind a rune that deals cold damage over time. Exploding the corpses of enemies after they're dead might feel a little ancient. Instead, detonate your foes
That's
while
what you
they're
want to
still
know.
alive, causing enemies hit with detonate living.
It's so we can actually kind of see it, right? So let's go to the showcase, and then we can kind of see what they are gonna be doing, right? Path of Exile. If we go to the showcase, they do have the part where he gets slapped by the monkey, right? And then at that point, you can see how it recharges. Because if it doesn't recharge instantly, then it probably means that it's not going to recharge exactly like mana, and it's going to need a little bit to get started. Now, the question is, where is that part where he gets slapped by the monkey? Does it get interrupted by using it? I mean, yeah, I guess there might be different situations. Like, if you get hit, it doesn't recharge like mana. Like, there's a delay before it recharges. And if you don't get hit, then it just recharges normally like mana. I guess at this point, we just can't tell. Because there is a possibility that that is the case, where there's two separate ways that it works. So I guess with that, all we can say is we'll see, because we just don't know at the moment. The bar was earlier in the reveal. I mean, it probably was, but I don't think I need to look at it anymore because, I don't think I don't remember any part where he used it as a resource. Because, like, you have it here, right? Where he get, wait, hold up.
Extra life. Staining your... Should
Okay.
you run out of life, your runic...
Oh, yeah, no, you see? You see that? You see it? It instantly recharges.
Takes you from death.
It instantly recharges.
Should you run out of life, your runic...
So, you
ward
see?
will kick...
So, it will recharge like mana. Yep. It's going to recharge like mana does. Or health. It's not going to be like Energy Shield where you have to wait for it to come back and then it goes up. It's just going to start recharging the moment that it goes down. I mean, it would make sense that that's the case. Especially because, like, we do have these runes right here where it's like increased regeneration rate. Like that wording. It says regeneration rate and not recharge rate, right? So because of that, we probably could have assumed, even without that footage, that it was going to regen like mana. Talk, detonate, living, dead, and dead. Well, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but when you do detonate living, it destroys the corpses.
Immediately explode.
All the corpses are gone. So you can't quite do that. 4% per second in Act 1 character, which is the same as the baseline mana? God damn, dude. Those were eagle eyes right there. Snipe that shit out.
Conductive Runes spends ward to create a number of runes in front of you. After arming, these hazardous runes will explode when
Happy 28 months, my guy! Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
ハッピー28万ズ味噌マイガイ味噌ロリ味噌味噌スニーク味噌デースナッツ味噌フェイスパーム味噌フェイスパームツーロリファイター味噌味噌デースナッツ味噌スニッファー味噌スレ味噌クド味噌デースナッツ味噌レイジ味噌スピフ味噌デースナッツ味噌
This
エ
skill
クスド
excels in
味
getting
噌
you
ワ
out
ン
of your current predicament, incapacitating pursuers, or getting you out of a tight corner. Runeforged Blades
What is
spends
this?
ward to make supported skills fire
Nerf
projectiles
milk.
after fully armor breaking
Let's
an enemy.
fucking go.
Investing into projectile modifiers like Pierce or Chain will boost it even further. Eternal March taps into your reserves of
Crimson.
runic ward to instantly restore your dead minions to life.
I didn't have
Use as a
it. I
panic
mean,
button when a
I don't know. Somebody has to link it to me for me to know about it. God damn.
boss crushes your army into dust, or even
I'm
provide
sorry, but I'm not a degenerate that sits on Twitch all day watching streamers. I got better things to do, all right? I got better things to do than sitting on Twitch all day watching streamers.
More fuel for minion explosions. Just be careful, as spending this much ward will leave you vulnerable. If you want to cosplay a turtle without holding a pesky shield, Runic Reprieve has you covered, literally.
I don't.
This channeled spell behaves quite similarly to raising your shield, blocking all hits you take. It even protects your back. However, every time you're hit, your ward depletes, and you can't recover it while channeling.
While we're at it? God damn, you guys are having me add so many emotes
just
today.
Like raising your shield. Sometimes what's buried in the past can still hurt you. Fragments of the Past creates a Verisium volcano.
I'm really curious, right? For this one. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't say that you can like do the shockwave stuff. It would have been kind of cool if you could have slammed this and done the shockwave, so it's just basically like ice version of a volcano. But it does kind of suck you can't scale it. But I guess there's no limit. Oh no, it is still limit 1. Yeah. And it is not a channeled skill either. So there's no way to like actually make it pop and do more damage. Tell chat patch delayed to next Friday. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Also, again, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, this was added. I'm so glad this was fucking added. Legacy of Facebreaker. Let's fucking go. Interested in a new hazard skill? I really wonder what its number is going to be. I feel like because it offers electrocution as a baseline, it's probably just more of a utility skill. But again, I do think that the amount of electrocution it does add or does build up is pretty dang strong. It looks better than any other electrocution skill in the game in terms of how much electrocute buildup it gives. So I'm really wondering if this ends up being like everybody's going to use this because it's going to be like the premier way to CC enemies. Like you slap a couple of these and then your boss just gets electrocuted and you scale the duration of the electrocution ailment and you just like burst it down. Best CC is death. I mean, it's true. Unless you're the one dying. But none of these have like any synergies so far with, I would say, melee, other than this, I guess, right? But once again, I just don't really see if you're a class that can use heralds, how much this is going to add to the kit. I'm sure early on it can be fine, but later on it's probably not, especially because you need to use a support gem on it. Because the nice thing about heralds, right, is it's a separate skill. So you can make your heralds do all the damage and not have to waste support gems to make heralds proc. But this is something that's going to be taking away from the main skill that you're adding it onto. So it's going to be lowering the ceiling damage of your skill only to get more AoE, because you're not really going to be using this for a single target. Whereas a lot of other skills that you're using, oftentimes the actual support gems you put into it will scale both single target and AoE damage. So I fail to see how this is going to be something that people are going to run unless it's a very tailored build. It also costs 7 ward, yeah. Is the Legacy of Facebreaker different from Facebreaker gloves? So the Legacy of Facebreaker, right, is the Legacy of Aldur version, or Aldur's Legacy. Sorry, Aldur's Legacy. This thing right here, the rune, right? So you put the rune in the Facebreaker gloves, and then extracts a line, and gives you the Legacy of the Facebreaker. So we don't know which exact line it's going to take out, but I would guess it's probably going to be the unarmed damage. That is my guess. Percent more unarmed damage per strength. But it's probably going to be like, instead of maybe 5 strength, it's going to be like 10 strength, maybe? Definitely stun buildup. Yeah, definitely stun buildup. I would, let's say, hope that it's the 10% strength. It could also be the physical damage, but I feel like that would be extremely OP. No matter what. So I doubt it's that. And the melee strike range, if they made it that would be very disappointing. It could be armor per strength. That is also a possibility. And once again, I'll be disappointed at that because I do want to use it on my Hollow Palm setup. But I could see that being a thing. It's not random. It always takes the same line. Yeah, from what I can tell, it's always the same line. Because they have at first I thought it was gonna be random because I didn't know if they were gonna have 60 plus Kalguuran and Ezomite uniques in this patch, but it ended up being that there were 60 plus. So it is always gonna be taking a specific one. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this emote? What is going on here? Yo, Mr. Snoobay. Thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing? Hope your stream went well. The Messiah. The Twister himself. The Twister himself is in the chat. Did I not have this emote already? I thought I did. Top 5 league starter in the house. Yep. I mean, again, if you guys haven't checked out my top 5 league starter build, you should definitely check it out. It does feature Mr. Snoobay's build on there. Is he twisted? Dude, he's twisting and turning. He's twisted and turning every day. Right here. Top 5 league starters in the Return of the Ancients. AI slot, what the hell? Take that back, buddy. Take that the fuck back. I'm waiting for the top 6-7 league starters. Link? Yeah, sure. Claris mentioned, bro has good taste. Dude, I love Claris. New Claris, not as great. Old Claris, amazing. Hello, Miso X. What's up, Shadow? Or is that a Misox? Again, but once again, guys, I want you to take note. Miso X Shiru, right? I have an X in my name. You know who else has an X in their name? X the Farmer X. It 100% is an Asian thing. There's no way this is not an Asian thing. Like all of the ABGs and all the Asian boys back in the day in Maple Story, they were all rocking a million X's in their names. Claris fan? Yeah, I like Claris. They're probably my favorite group. XQC? Asian? Miso Shiro means me socks stink in Japanese. X combos for have you seen him do X combos for the past few days? Are you talking about Farmer? Your other account has an X in the name. Maybe it's not an Asian thing then. Maybe it's just a sign that you're a cool cat. You're a cool dude. Farmer League starter, guys. 100%, right? You should always follow X the Farmer X's league starters. You should always follow X the Farmer X's guides. Honestly, X the Farmer X might be one of the most underrated build makers out there, guys. He might be one of the most underrated build makers out there. Hell no! I still think that this combo, this comment was so funny though. Where is it? This was a YouTube commenter the other day that I saw. I still have it saved because this is how much of an impact it made on my life. You sound like what I would imagine Farmer sounds like if he was literate. My secret sauce is to be as bad as possible and still succeed due to the build. Farmer has mastered half of the formula. Dude, he's almost there. I mean, I need to get there, though. The problem is, I don't even have half of it. I just have none. I'm not good at the game, and my builds are bad. Like, what can I do at that point? All I can do is make pog faces on my videos and clickbait people. That's literally all I can do at this point. If I don't make pog faces and clickbait people, I'm literally getting no views because my videos have zero substance in them. My Hammer of the Gods build was funny. I mean, sure, but that was also not really. I mean, it was kind of my build because I took somebody else's build and like edited a couple things and called it my build, you know? Hey, but the person who makes the build, right? He's fine with it. He comes in here, he chats all the time. He calls me Miso-sama, you know, even though I tell him not to call me Miso-sama. You are Miso Shiro from the Path to Exile podcast. Don't put yourself down like that. True. True. I mean, you're also Dead Rabbit from the Path to Exile podcast. From the Path to Exile podcast. By the way, guys, I got this in the mail today, and I'm so excited. Me and Cal are going to be matching twinsies tomorrow. We got our Mobalytics hoodie. We got our little Mobalytics hoodie. We're gonna be wearing this tomorrow, matching. It's gonna be great. I don't know if Rabbit has his yet, but we're gonna be matching. He got his. Yo, we're gonna be, what is it, tripleting tomorrow? It's not twinning, we're tripleting. It's way too small. Oh no, not like this, bro. Not like this. Can you ask them to send you another one? Wait, is Rax's name Kenny? Is that actually the case? Oh, they did? Okay, good. Rabbit called his viewers idiots yesterday. Based. I look like Rax. There's no way. There's actually no way. Chinese Rax. All right, buddy. That's not Rax's first name, but I don't know if it's public. I only know because I've mailed him about an event once. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate because that would have been it would have been a cute little, like, he does not look like Kenny to me, so that would have been funny. But well, who knows what his name is? Every human is an idiot. Some are just too good at it. Yo, I agree. I agree. He said his own name on his stream before. Without a hoodie, is anyone Rax? Just like how you copied DS Lily's build. Yeah, you know, I definitely copied DS Lily's build, and she definitely did not credit my video in the description of her video. She definitely did not do that, you know. It's Ryan. I mean, I don't know if he like screams Ryan to me either. He's more of a Ryan than a Kenny though, 100%. Do you know Fubgun's name is Spencer? Would you ever legally change your IRL name to Miso? No. I'm sorry. That's like levels of changing. That's like levels similar to changing my name to Pikachu. It's like the kids who are growing up these days and their name, like they're going down the class roster list. It's like, all right, if you're here, say present. Johnny, are you here? Yeah, present. Sakura, are you here? Yeah, present. Boruto, are you here? Yeah, present. All right, next down. What is this? Kenpachi? Is there a Kenpachi in the room? Is there a Kenpachi in the room? Jake Wellen? What if my name? Usually that is not my name. That is incorrect. And I'm not even doing that because I'm lying or like trying to cover it up. Gotta be something like Billy. Why do I like Hound called that? This was I bought this PC off of what is it called? A what are those pre-builts? That's why. Yo's a corner. His name is on here. The key. Oh man, dude, this is a fucking classic.
Alongside Jeff Worthing, and welcome to the.
This is a goddamn classic.
Bowl, as we get ready to watch some of the best college players in the nation showcase their skills in a classic showdown between East and West. And there really are some characters on this year's squads, aren't there, Jeff?
That's right, Dave. It does seem
13 years ago, guys. I remember, dude, has it really been like 13 years since I've been in school? Man, I'm getting fucking old. Because that was like, what, my sophomore year or something like that? Oh my god. I'm getting old. They're crypto mining my device. All right, guys, we need to go and get into some what is it called, league. We need to go finish our Huntress build. We need to finish our Huntress build. I guess I'm falling Asian aging. I mean, Asian aging is good up until a point. Up until I hit 40, and then I'm literally just 20. Like, I don't even look like a 40-year-old anymore. I look like a 60-year-old at that point. What am I least iron with? Martial artist. Hollow Palm. So this is all because I need to update my Rich Glacial Lance guide. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I really don't want to put a leveling guide. I don't know about other guide makers, right? But I hate making leveling guides. I don't know about you guys. I really don't like doing them. Because, like, I don't know. It's like a lot of the stuff that you put in the leveling guide is like, it's like suggestions, right? It's not even like, hey, you should, this is how it's played. But people want leveling guides. People like leveling guides. I like leveling twisters. Why do I not like leveling guides? It takes a lot of time, and like I don't really like making, like, I think the worst part is the written. Because, like, I have to put on, like, mobalytics and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I don't have to, but, you know, it's part of the job. It's probably my least favorite part about being, like, a Path of Exile streamer. Putting leveling guides out. Subliminal K-pop imaging, show it to us. All I need is a tree for endgame. I can figure it out. Yeah, a lot of people can figure it out, but there's also a lot of people who need every single step of the way told to them. And I'm okay, a lot more okay with the leveling guide for a build that is like for example, right now I'm doing my Glacial Lance build, right? Which I would say you would not really want to use the build until you're like level 80 plus and like relatively geared. Like, the gear doesn't cost a lot, right? But it's just like you need to kind of get to that point before I would say Glacial Lance really gets online and starts feeling good. So it's like, what am I going to tell them to do? Play Twisters until level 80 and then go swap over? I feel like that just always never ends well. People are always going to be like, what the fuck? I want to play this skill earlier. And it's like, well, you know, it's too bad, but this skill just doesn't feel good until later. Soft launching Patreon paywall build guides. Hey, I'll have you know that I already have secret builds on my Patreon. You guys just don't even know it because none of you guys are subscribed. None of you guys are subbed to the Patreon, so you wouldn't even know about these secret tech builds that I have in there that could be breaking the next meta. You guys thought cock combo was broken. You have not seen the guides on my Patreon. You have not seen the builds in there yet. Will there be builds out on the OnlyFans PPVs? Well, the OnlyFans one is like a little bit different, right? The builds on like the guides on the OnlyFans, it's not that there are any like exclusive guides on there, but the difference between the OnlyFans guides and the regular guides is that the OnlyFans guides, I have all the guides up, and then while I'm talking about the guides themselves, like while I'm like doing the guide video, the build video, I have my feet on the shown the entire time. I have my feet shown the entire time during that part. So that's like why the OnlyFans one is like special. And that's why people go to the OnlyFans version.
Simmer down, you great big pile of rust.
Someone will get the sushi treatment suit? What is that supposed to mean? Feet, you've earned yourself a subscriber. Sir, you're already subbed. Oh, you're talking about the OnlyFans. Well, the OnlyFans is like, the secret thing about the OnlyFans is like, it's not something that you can get as like a normie. I've mentioned this plenty of times, but my OnlyFans is only available for the VVIPs. So if you're like, you know, here hanging out every now and then, right? You don't really get access. But every single day, every single stream, I drop little hints about like what the name I use on OnlyFans is. And if you're here often enough and like paying attention enough, you'll pick up on those little hints. And you'll eventually try to find out what it is. What 9 mods or items are people talking about? I mean, I know there's 7 mod items now, but 9 mod items? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't. Maybe it's something that's people have theory crafted, or it's something I've missed. Is it raw salmon or cooked tuna? What the fuck? Lee started martial arts and practicing twisters. Do we need to put this up again? Oh, whoops, that's not what it is. Sorry, jump scared you with my fucking face. I think we need to put that up again.
Whipping up a storm.
Sushi, is it raw salmon or cooked tuna? I mean, generally they don't cook stuff for sushi. Yeah, typically they don't cook stuff for sushi. Twisters 1 to 31, then ice shot snipe.
The little ones won't do. Reckon it's working. Let's hope the other one's the same.
Hold up. Why am I going this way? I should be going this way. I'm an idiot.
That thing,
Do I have enough to get Spirit Gem yet? No, I need to be at level 36. You won't get more than 8? 8 is from an exceptional item? Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold up. Is that not limit to 1? Is that rune not limit to 1? The one that gives you +1 suffix? Yeah, it's limited to 1, guys. It's only limited to 1. Those are League Starter or Martial Artist face Hollow Palm. Yeah, so we didn't have a limit when it was written there. Hold up. I mean, we can take a look, right? We'll take a look at the video. It would be kind of crazy with no limit. Yeah, exactly. But let's take a look. I like Hollow Palm. I think everyone's going to be playing it. It seems like a lot of people are, for sure. I mean, Hollow Palm was very popular when it first came out. But then it just kind of, like, got turned into garbage. Well, here's another instance of them showing the runic ward with a regeneration. Dude, that Frostfire Kalguuran skill is cool. I don't think it's gonna be very good, but it looks really cool. Oh yeah, it doesn't have +1 here. It doesn't have limit 1 on this. I wonder. I don't know. Po2DB says it's limit 1, but here it says not limit 1. I don't know which one to believe. I do not know which one to believe. Because some of this stuff is like... Some of the stuff that they show in here is also like old versions of stuff. So it's a little bit hard to say. But I feel like it would be kind of like too powerful if it's not limited to 1. Yeah, I feel like it would be kind of busted if it was so many allowed you so many suffixes. What's up, Fearless? How's it going? God, every single time I hear this song, I just think about the actual ending. And I've showed the ending on stream before, but I don't know why I want to show it again. It's an if you know, you know type of situation. Am I league starting Twisters? I'm league starting my dick in your ass. I would like that league start. You guys are fucking freaks. Well, you goddamn freaks in my chat. Holy. Will you have a build guide for that? That's his OnlyFans name. Dude. See, this is one of the things, right? I wish that they would take... Another thing that I wish they would grab from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. I really wish that they showed the... what is it called? The quest markers a lot further out. quest markers and doors, right? You can see them from a lot further away in Path of Exile 1 than Path of Exile 2. That would also make the campaign a lot faster. Something that similar. Like, this soul core was so hard to find. Whereas in Path of Exile 1, I probably would have seen the soul core if I was, like, here. It would have shown up, like, if I was here already. Light radius? Alright, buddy. Alright, bucko. I'm gonna go make that light radius build real quick. Facebrick or Hollow Palm? Are we not going to take away the Stone Fist? It really depends on what he gives. Really depends on what he gives. Oh my god, this guy's going ham. He's going goddamn beast mode on me.
That's done it.
Are you starting build guide or are you just testing League Star Twisters? I'm updating my build guide for my my Ritualist build.
Need more time. The wind howls.
I don't know how people what is it called? Oh, I'm out of mana. What the hell? I rarely ever run out of mana. Ouch. I really need to get this better spear. I've been sitting on the spear since freaking level 16. Is there a better one in town? Do you example socket Aldur's Legacy at Darkness and Throne proceed to have a double unique effect? I don't see why it wouldn't work that way. I don't see why it wouldn't work that way.
Bit fancy this one. Enjoy.
I mean, I think that's better than what I'm using, right? No? Brother. I'm struggling here. I'm struggling hard. Oh, the fork spear. Oh, lordy lord. Where's my third ring? Oh yeah, I could put a third ring in there, can't I? Here it is, third ring, boom. Not that great of a ring, but you know, that'll do. Yo, Mr. Penetration is with another 10 gifties. What the hell, man? Sir, thank you so much for the generous gifts, as always. Holy. Sir, the Twitch gift pet doesn't come until Friday, man. But thank you, man. Guys, if you got a gifted sub from Penetrationist, my man Penetrationist, please give him a big old kiss on the cheek because he deserves it. Because he deserves it. The left cheek? Alright, he requests specifically the left cheek, guys. Give it to the man.
Hold on.
It's not a choice. If you got a gifted sub, you gotta do it. It's not a choice. Oh, I don't have what is it called? My skill, my frost bomb is not high enough level right now. I just realized that.
Shouldn't be a problem, Alva said. Aye, pull the other one.
Isn't this build supposed to one-shot everything? Yeah, if you know how to play the build, but I don't, clearly.
I like it here.
I'm a gentleman, so upper cheek. Damn. What an esteemed gentleman. Damn, look at all those stats. Holy crap. Are we playing Stat Stacker? When did that happen? Dude, this build is like a bajillion buttons already. You just don't put MTX on the skill before maps, it breaks the damage. Well, people told me to put MTX on this skill yesterday. I didn't have MTX on it at first, but people wanted it. So I'm just a man of the people. If people tell me to do something, I'm just going to do it. What am I supposed to do? Disobey the will of the people in the chat? I didn't notice the new patch notes. Yep, it's called the milk notes. Those aren't even the patch notes. Those are the milk notes. When I say anything, do I mean anything? Nope, I don't mean anything. I just fucking do like I just shit out of my mouth. Time for the obligatory. Why are you playing Twisters? Weren't you gonna play martial artist?
Here goes.
Nerf Twisters before the league start. I mean, I'm telling you, they're probably gonna do like a last minute patch before the league launches, like on the day of. And all these people who had plans to go Twisters league start, it's gonna all get crushed. Their dreams are all gonna get crushed.
Bring it on. A worthy foe.
You would love that drama. Dude, imagine though. Imagine if that actually happened. It would be so funny. Should we start Monk Twisters as well? I mean, if you want my honest answer, that would probably be a better decision than whatever else you're gonna start with. Am I gonna league start Twisters? No. Hype for Connor's next Nerf Milk video, now that he's the Messiah. Well, he made a video on the Chonk today, and I don't know. I have a strange feeling that that might get nuked as well. I'm not hoping for it, because I'm hoping that he gets to play the build that he wants, but it's just a weird sneaking suspicion that GGG might just go in and slap it down. It's like, you know, we've already done it for 2 out of 4. Like, we might as well add a third right there, right? 3 out of 5. You see, the key is to not play OP things. That's all I'm going to say. You purposely nerf yourself so that you'll never get nerfed by GGG. You'll never get disappointed because your build will never get nerfed. That's why I play ZDPS builds. Because I know whatever I do, GGG, rather than looking at it and being like, yeah, I think I should nerf that, they're going to be like, wow, I think we should buff the skill that he's using. Play a farmer build? Okay, I got it. No, farmer doesn't play ZDPS builds. He just plays bad builds. Or rather, the builds that he plays, he builds them badly. Actually, what am I saying? I said farmer. That's totally contradiction what I said earlier. I said farmer was the most underrated build maker out there, guys. Oxford's Raise Zombie League starter video? I did. It seemed pretty cool. I mean, I'm not a big Minions guy, so I'm not, like, jumping out of my seat to play that, but it's cool. I always thought raise minions, like, because minions or raise zombies was like the classic, right? It's like the classic PoE 1 minion. So I was very surprised when it was so bad. So I'm glad to see that there's a way to make them good. Is this a new league? No. New league comes out in a little bit over 24 hours. Oh my god, are you starting Twisters now? Yeah. I'm starting Twisters. I've abandoned the way of the monk. Yo, Mr. Glitched with the raid. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing? Hope you had a good stream, man. Twister's Monk? I mean, Twister Monk is good. Stube did Twister Invoker last league. Made my loot filter getting prepped. Damn, dude, you're making a loot. Like, did you go and like edit the text files? What a tryhard. I'm just a normie waiting for Neversink to upgrade his stuff, update his stuff. Check the clip above with a non-whirling slash twister build. Oh, is it a spear one? Because I've been seeing that float around as well. Yeah, the whirling lance. Yep, I've been seeing that one float around as well. Will Rue get banned before the league start? Is there a poly market bet on that one, guys? Is there a poly market bet on whether or not Rue will get banned again before league start? Because I want to see the odds of that. No ritual after Act 1. What's the best way to farm face breakers? I mean, it's probably going to be spamming Finn, to be honest. If we're really getting down to brass tacks. 0.5 is so close. Yep, it is so close. I can almost smell it. My my Aang costume, my Avatar The Last Airbender Aang costume, everything got in today. I'm probably going to start the stream a little bit earlier on League launch day to try to figure out how to put on a bald cap. Because I've never put on a bald cap before. I don't even know how that shit works. As far as I know, it just, you know, hides my hair and makes me look bald. Nudist cosplay. You know, why cosplay when I just go full nudist? Just shave, dude. I mean, I told you guys. I've seen it happen. Chris Wilson shaved his hair for charity. And guess what? He never grew it back after that. I wonder why. I'm not doing that. Free the nipple stream? All right, guys. Remember back in like the late 2000s, early 2010s when there was the free the nipple movement, right? How many of you guys went and searched up hashtag free the nipple back in the day? You know, not because you supported the movement. Raise your hand, boys. Raise your hands. Fucking dogs. Defo not me? Fuck no. Never even heard of that. When I make an in-game planner for the build? Yeah. All the builds will have it. Because Mobile Linux does it automatically. Why would I? Porn already existed. Well, you know, maybe you wanted to be like, hey, I'm not looking at porn. I'm just being supportive. I don't even know how to spell Nepal. I feel like there's a lot of liars in chat today. I'll be honest.
An entire city
What computer specs would you recommend to play this game? I mean, you could play this game on like a 30 series. People play it on a 20 series, but I'd say like minimum 30 series. GPU.
She's friendly like.
And like you'll probably want to have like a CPU that's like probably not. You can have an okay CPU, maybe like 2 gens older than the current gen, and it'll still be fine. But anything older than that might start getting rough. It's not unplayable, but you want it to be pretty decent. You don't want it to be like bad, right? No matter how good your PC is, it'll still lag because of the servers. You think Runeforge Blade is going to work with Lightning Arrow because it's attack base? I mean, as long as you're breaking armor with Lightning Arrows, you can do it. You need to be able to break the armor first. And there's not that many sources of armor break with elemental skills. Now, Lightning Arrow, I think, still has a portion of it that's Fizz, but it's like a pretty low portion. Ironbound's gonna go hard? Yeah, Ironbound's gonna go hard. That's what Kaltorak is playing.
The wind howls.
Herald of Ice armor break tech? No, the skill itself needs to be, what is it called? So, first of all, right? Earlier on, it'll be okay when your Herald of Ice is not killing the enemy. But once your Herald of Ice is killing the enemy, then it doesn't do anything. Because the, what is it called? The skill, the support gem needs to be on the skill that you use to kill the enemy. And you can't put it on Herald of Ice.
That was almost a challenge.
Twister on MTX? Yeah, it's on MTX. What the fuck is going on here? I turned away for a second and I like, stopped being able to move.
Come on.
I thought it was if you hit an armor broken mob, it procced. Well, it is, but you need to have it on the skill. Like, you need to have the support gem on the skill that you're using to hit the enemy. So, like, let's say you break the like I'm breaking this enemy's armor, right? It needs to be on the skill that ultimately kills the enemy. Also, I don't know if you could consume armor and break armor on the same skill. It should be the same as like any payoff skill where you can't consume the effect, the CC, and also create the CC on the same skill. Are they nodes that help channeling skills? I don't think so. Are they on the druid side? Okay. I haven't really made any druids, so I'm not super familiar with that side of the tree. Have you guys ever blinked into the water sphere and died? No.
The stench of this place. It's a wonder.
The stench of this waste. Because let's put on Herald of Ice. Imagine spells that can use heralds. I mean, in PoE 1, you could use heralds with spells. I also realize I have more... Oh, shit. I need to get a level first.
The Eye of the Storm.
The Eye of the Storm. the storm. Jay, can I do this? No, I cannot do that yet. Yeah, I need to get a level.
Need a moment.
I didn't activate Arrow of Ice. It's active. I'm gonna try Whirling Lance Tech. Nope. I like Twisters better because you can use, or I like Whirling Slash better because you use it as a mobility skill in the late game. Am I starting Twisters? I saw the stream text, but just making sure. Actually, the stream text is just a lie. I put it up there just to make it so that people don't play martial artists, and you know, so they they play Twisters and then we get it nerfed. Because people usually don't play the stuff that I'm league starting because they're like, yeah, Miso's builds are ZTPS. Use Kalguuran skill Skyfall. That is a skill, yes. I don't exactly know what it's gonna be. Our guess is some people are guessing that the Comet skill was a Skyfall, but we just don't know for sure. Why not go martial artist Twisters? Don't have to choose. Dude, I am so not familiar with the goddamn standard layouts. Standard SS layout is a goddamn mystery to me. I can check Po2DB. I mean, I don't think it'll be on there, to be honest. Because right now, there's nothing for Po2DB to data mine off of. The new files are not in the game yet. It's just whatever they've shown. Do you think Martial Arts Monk will do more damage than Ice Shot Ranger? Are you talking about like Martial Artist Monk, like what skill? Dude, I'm so lost. Where the fuck am I going?
Better off dead.
Do you think the new Kalguuran skills that we don't know about could be changing or not? I mean, it could definitely be. There could be some cool stuff on there. But off the ones that I've seen, nothing seems to be crazy. See the guy using a Warbringer with crossbow totems and deleting shit in tier 15s. Imagine having 3 bells of rapid fire crossbow attack. Well, the thing is, like, with skills that hit really quickly, you also need to be, what is it called? The skill itself also just needs to do damage to begin with. Because if it doesn't do damage to begin with, then the bells will just disappear without having done much damage. Because the way that bell works is it's a skill that... What is it called? It's a skill that makes it so that it has a limit of how many times you can hit it. So if you're hitting it with like weak shit, right? Or like not that much elemental stuff, it doesn't really do much damage. You want to be hitting it with like a good amount of elemental stuff so it like radiates the elemental damage. Galvanic shards. When is your build guide ready? For what? Let's see here. Is my bald cap ready for tomorrow? Yep. For twisters? Am I being lied to? What do you mean? I mean, the build is going to be for Glacial Lance. It's Glacial Lance Ritualist. We're just doing twisters during campaign. Do the podcast today? Yeah. It's going to be with Captain Lance. Podcast with Captain Lance. What do we get? We get that. Okay. I'm pissed to show Fist of Kalguuran gem, but that's got to be good, right? Copium? I mean, hopefully. Hopefully the Face Breakers one is good.
You found it. And
As, I mean, sorry. Are you talking about the skill or the rune?
in we go.
I can't read. Apparently, it's ambiguous. You got to connect the dots, right? You got to read the title and read the thing. Actually, does my title even say I'm doing Glacial Lance today? I don't even remember.
Burns. The wind howls. Come on.
What would Legacy of Facebreaker be? I'm hoping that it's unarmed damage. Stat stacking unarmed damage. That's my hope. I don't know if it will be that, but that's my that is what would make me the happiest. Should be a way to see items before the game is out. Well, the way that we see the stuff is when there is when the patch is applied. Then you can get data mines for what things look like and what the items will be. But before the data mines hit, we don't have any information. Like, we know what items there will be because of the twisters, but we don't know what the items do.
A clean kill.
Can you put Legacy of Facebreaker on Facebreakers? I think so, to be honest. There's nothing that tells me you can't. There's nothing that says you can't. I mean, there's also a chance, right, that you end up putting Legacy of Facebreakers. What is it called? Sorry. There's also a chance that we could put, as a martial artist, 3 glove runes. 3 legendary glove runes, or unique glove runes, for our character. Because you have the Runic Meridians, that's 1. And then you have the one in your gloves, that's 2. I mean, actually, you could put multiple. I doubt it'll be that way, though, right? That'll be too OP. It says limit 1, but I don't know if it's a limit 1 for, like, any Alder rune, or if it's, like, that specific one. I'm assuming it's any Alder rune, and not just that specific skill.
Welcome, honored Galette the Sun. Curl your flesh.
Never think you'll have access to put the stuff in the filter site? No, there's literally a filter file that that GGG releases. That's what Neversink uses.
Be consumed. It radiates.
Hold on.
What am I doing right now? Where's my goddamn tornadoes?
Storm.
Ah, the storm. I swear to God, I need to put Frost Nexus on my Ice Tipped Arrows.
Being stuck in here is enough to drive anyone balmy.
It's per legendary room equip limit 1 character. I mean, that's most likely what it's gonna be, but we just don't know. Because, like, it says, for example, right? If we go to the runes, we'll go to the runes. Thank you for the 7 months, sir. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Legacy of Liege Fiamma.
So, when you put it, right? When you get it, it says limited to 1, but that's on Legacy of Trample Toe. What if you do something else? Is that still limited to 1, or is it just one limit of 1 to Legacy of Trample Toe? Like, you can't put more than 1 Legacy of Trample Toe on your character. We don't know that answer. I'm pretty dang sure it is limit 1 of, like, the Aldur runes. Like, you can't have multiple unique effects on your character, but we just don't know. We don't know the answer. All of the socket bound stuff cannot go into the monk slot on the monk. What is it called? The monk rune slots. None of them are socketable in there. We don't know, but I think it'll be 1 legacy rune per character. I mean, I agree, but I'm just saying that you can't. We just don't know, right? Because you said earlier, nah, right? It's 1 per. Like, what I'm saying is, like, yeah, we just don't know, right? We'll know in about 24 hours? Yep, we will. I mean, probably more, because we need to have somebody get that first and then try it. So it's probably gonna be a little bit more than 24 hours until we know, but
We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it. We were right on top of this device.
So, in particular, don't get eaten.
Oh. What?
I think you know, but you can't say because of NDA, sir. I wish I had an NDA for this game.
Gateway.
I wish I was cool enough to know, but I just don't.
Are these living Val?
That's what I would say if I was locked in an NDA.
There they are. Don't touch me.
I hope I can get a new goddamn weapon. Actually, I should go check. I haven't checked. Actually, did I even level up yet? I don't even know if I did. I think I did. So I think we can go back and check to see if we can get a new weapon from Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yes.
We have 1 new spear.
Back if it
Oh,
turns out
okay.
to be
3 new spears. Okay, that's garbage. That's trash. Transmute, and it's also bad. And I have no regals either, so I ain't got shit.
Hello.
All right, Alva, hit me up with a new spear, baby girl. This is definitely not better. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. I'm struggling for a new weapon, guys. I'm struggling. Archmage totems nerfed. Yep. Streamers in general will be the worst people for testing. I mean, I don't like what is it called? Like how Diablo 4 gives people PTR access. I don't like that. I like how we have it right now, where we just all go in at the same time and we all figure it out together. Like, it sucks that Diablo 4, like, you go into the league, the moment it starts, everybody already knows what's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, like, skills or whatever, right? I hate that. It's like, what are the best builds? All right, we're just going to go on max roll and see all the best skills because we already know all what it is. And then it also, like, even if those aren't the best skills or the best builds, it discourages people from testing things.
Chaos.
You get free bug testing is kind of genius. Well, no, people don't pay for the PTRs. Oh my god, Volatile Death, really? And Vol Omnitect? Oh my god. Archmage work with Totem, no problemo.
Chaos smiles upon the victorious.
If you're a hunter creator under an NDA, you have to forever remember what you learned when.
Yourself before chaos. Challenge. Coagulated masses befall you.
Love D2, but D4 is such a bad story. I mean, I'm not like any, like, you know, story connoisseur. I like the D4 story. I like the Diablo lore. So I don't really care too much about it. I'm like, you know, your typical Marvel superhero movie watcher when it comes to lore. I don't need anything deep. I don't need anything special. It just needs to be entertaining. Did anybody ever take the Stalking Shade? Stalking Shade's not one. It's one of the better ones, to be honest. I don't like it, but people do take it. It's one of the less detrimental ones. Yo, Mr. Rojar, thank you for the 10 gifties. Holy, dude, that's super generous. Guys, please give the man a big old kiss on the cheek if you got a gifted sub, because he deserves it. And even if he didn't get one, you know, if you really wanted to, I'm sure he wouldn't be opposed to it. Mr. Gronkjar.
Oh, wipe that smile off your face.
I didn't get one, but I'll still give him a kiss. There it is.
Weather the elements at your own risk.
Thanks for the good salt on it. Has kept me entertained for weeks. Well deserved. Yo, thank you for hanging, man. I'm glad you enjoy it. That, to be honest, brings me the greatest joy. When you guys are having fun in the stream.
If you can.
Am I league starting Twisters? I'm a Twister fucking nipples. If you ask me that one more time. Am I league starting Snoobay's build? Of course. Of course. Nah, dude. I'm league starting Flubgun's Twister build. Baited into Monk League starter? When am I gonna ever learn? Well, it's okay. I'm not the only one that's getting baited into it. Don't threaten me with a good time. I don't want to sound rude, but why even put out a Twister build when you don't even enjoy it? Is it to compete with other content creators? No. I mean, I'm just doing a leveling guide for my what is it called? My Ritualist. My Glacial Lance Ritualist. Because you don't level with Glacial Lance. You gotta level up with something else. And most people, when they read a build guide, they don't like playing a leveling build that doesn't use the main weapon. Like, if I'm using a spear skill as the endgame build, most people like having a spear skill as their leveling build. And what's the best leveling spear skill? Twisters, baby.
This is just the beginning. The exceptional are more common than you think. Powering the monument requires souls.
What a great 3 weeks. Thanks Stock on it, I'm gonna say 07 on League start for a week or two? Dude, thanks for hanging, man. Appreciate that. This is like the best, what is it called? Oh god, please, get me out of here, get me out of here. This is the best stage 3 that you can get. Like this, this little challenge. Because this is the one where you can skip everything. Yo, what's up, Morph? How's it going? Abusing bugs? It's not a bug. It's a feature. It's been 4 updates, and they still haven't fixed it. It's 100% a feature. Definitely intentional. Yo, what's up, Artheus? I'm surprised they're keeping the same Trial of Chaos mechanics. Just like time stop in elevators, really annoying.
The flora overwhelms.
They patched it in 0.5, did they? I don't know. I don't remember seeing it, but I also never looked for it, I guess. Let's go see, right? Chaos. Trial of Chaos. Soul Core? Soul Core? Oh, wait, you're right. They did. Fix the bug where Soul Core old main encounters you could be complete using a single Soul Core. No! It's Jover. It's Jover. Oh my god. This was one of the few things that made Trial of Chaos somewhat bearable. And now that they get rid of it, it's actually just terrible. I'm never doing this again. I mean, I never did it anyways, outside of like the first one, but still. Blame Farming a short discussing it? Blame Miso for this? That's it. I'm waiting for 1.0. I mean, they said they didn't even know if they don't even know if what is it called? The trial of the Toda? They don't even know if Toda is going to be coming out by 1.0. They said it might not.
Whip it up a storm.
Whip it up a storm.
Need a moment.
Whip it up a storm.
Do not get so conceited,
3 heads
mortal.
and not a brain between them.
Oh, I realized I had like a really strict loot filter on. Why is my voice so high pitched? Because I'm secretly just a girl using an AI filter. I'm just an e-girl using an AI filter. Don't tell anybody though.
May the strong grow even stronger.
They said not all class 1.0, but at least a couple new ones. Thoughts, swords. I mean, I think they're gonna release swords for 1.0. I think it's very likely. 36 hours and 35 minutes of pain left. Adorn and Amulet, Ritualist increase effect. I don't think you could put Adorned in there, I'm gonna be honest. Because, like, in the same way that you can't use Adorned in, what is it called? In Tabula Rasa. In the same way that Adorn does not affect Tabula Rasa, I don't think that you're going to be able to do it that way. And I hype for the new season, of course. Hell yeah, baby. Back on my streams again? Yo, let's go. Thank you. Don't tell me you're a girl. That will make me straight.
Need more time.
Do I have a list of things to try in 0.5? Yeah, I definitely have a couple of builds that I want to try in 0.5 already. There's 3 builds right now that I have in my mind that I'm going to give a shot. First one, of course, is my League starter, right? The Hollow Palm Martial Artist. Sacker, Face Breakers. That is the first build I'm going to try. The second build that I want to do is going to be the Nightfall Shield build. The new shield that we're getting from Breach. I want to play that character and play that build. I hope it's good. I hope it's going to be good. We'll see if it actually is, though. Like, I don't need to be anything like OP, just at least somewhat playable, right? That's my expectation and desire. And then the third character is probably another Facebreaker character, but like for maces, because I really want to see the perfect strike animation for a Hollow Palm. No RF Roa? RF Roa is not very good, unfortunately. One, they nerfed Infernal Legion, but 2, the problem with RF Roa is the stun threshold. The stun threshold problems are really annoying. Do you think extra projectiles are good? For what? Dude, I swear to God, man. I need a freaking Regal Orb. I might just cheat and grab a Regal Orb. I might just cheat and grab a Regal Orb. Give that shit. Ooh, there it is. Finally. Finally. Let's put that in there. One of those in there. Secret sauce of playing RF staff is playing Abyssal Lich. I'm assuming you mean that because you think it's can scale AoE, but unfortunately it does not work that way. Abyssal Lich cannot scale the AoE of RF staff.
I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
The new Kalguuran skills look dope. Yeah, there's a couple of them that look really cool. I don't know how strong they'll be, but some of them look really good. Like really fun. Any hardcore safe starters? There's plenty. Essence Drain Contagion. Lich. There's also Shield Wall. Warriors. I mean, Twisters should be pretty good for hardcore in general too. I'd say generally most meta stuff is pretty good for hardcore.
I will not relent. You will fall before us. Wait. I've no mana.
Shit, I have no mana. Ah, damn it. I couldn't kill her before she went up. Oh, shit. Have you heard of the off-meta shield wall bleed tactician? No, I have not. Will you miss Invoker? Will you miss Invoker if you go Martial Arts? What will miss from it? I mean, honestly, I don't really think Invoker is that great of a class these days. Like, I'd rather go Chalupa than Invoker these days. I think Invoker is fine for a League start build, but other than that, I don't think Invoker is that good.
Need more time. You will fall before us.
Ah, you bitch.
Need more time. I will crush you, insect.
I need Frenzy Dart every time I'm using Whirling Lance. See, Chonk OP is Flux, the damage is insane. You just go full release and obliterate enemies. Chalk gives you a lot of damage. They give you a lot of damage. What was the ascendancy order for my martial artist build? I'm at the moment, since I'm probably still gonna go Glacial Cascade, I'm probably gonna go the Way of the Mountain or whatever first. And then after that, I'm gonna be going what is it called? I'm gonna be going Runic Meridians. And then when I hit endgame, I'm gonna respec to running Runic Meridians and Way of the Stone Fist. And then we'll see what we do from there, depending on the build that we play.
Need more time.
You don't want to take Way of the Stone Fist early. Way of the Stone Fist is really bad early.
Need a moment.
Can you put it in the notes for the noobs? Like the, what? For Ascendancy order? Best 2-pointer in the game? Bad early on. Yeah, it's really bad early on. I don't think you need to put it in the notes. It just shows it on the guide itself. Like, if you go to, like, Mobalytics, right? Let's just go to, like, my Spiral Volley Pathfinder, for example, which does have a leveling guide. You'll see that for this one, it'll tell you in Act 2, right? You go to Act 2, it'll go there. Oh, actually, they changed the node, so they unspec'd it, but it'll tell you which way to go. So you just go to the guide, and then you'll need the notes. It'll just tell you where to go. Have you tried leveling with Siphoning Strike, Falling Thunder, Stormwave? I haven't, but I feel like it's a lot more smooth if you're playing Invoker for sure, if you're doing that.
These folk. Death's hot on their heels, and they haven't a clue.
Because you get the infinite shock stuff with Invoker, which is nice. Can we run a campaign to bring unarmed nodes back? I mean, I wish. The thing is, I don't know if unarmed nodes are the key to making, you know, what is it called? I don't think it's the key to making Hollow Palm good. Like, they need to, if they were to bring unarmed nodes in, they need to make them good. Because even when there were unarmed nodes in the game, I don't think they would have been very good for Hollow Palm because the nodes themselves were pretty dog. What's your thoughts on Blood Mage? Is it going to be viable? I mean, Blood Mage will be fine, but I think on a Spellcaster, it might be rough. If you're not playing a Spellcaster, I think it's fine. Like Bow Blood Mage? Yeah. For example, like Bow Blood Mage. Because the thing is, the problem with Blood Mage right now that I see is that when you're playing spells, you're going to be using your life for your spells, right? And once you start scaling spells super high, it's going to end up using a lot of life. And you might not be able to leech back that life fast enough to be able to keep up with what you're spending. So because of that, you will probably be struggling to upkeep your life / mana for your spells. But for attack skills, in general, they eat up a lot less mana and life. So because of that, I think it'll be completely fine. The leech that you get in the game, base leech, is probably still enough to upkeep. And also your, what is it called? Your remnants, right? You also have your remnants. Doesn't Blood Mage get nuked in today's patch? I mean, it doesn't get nuked per se. The node itself is not very good anymore. I wouldn't say it's nuked. I'd say, like, the node itself is probably not very playable by most characters, but you can just take other nodes. Because, like, what is it called? On your Blood Mage, you could just go, like, you can play Bleed, right? If you're playing Bleed, you could play Blood Barbs. If you're not playing Bleed, then, yeah, if you're playing Bleed for attack skills. Like, if you're playing attack skill on Blood Mage, you're probably going Bleed, right? So you take Blood Barbs, you take, this right here, Grasping Wounds, and then you can go Crimson Power if you want, or you can go the other way and you go Gore Spike. The hope also, I guess, is that maybe you'll get enough leech to be able to survive with, what is it called? With Sanguine Tides, but we'll see. I don't know what... Yeah, you probably go like this, right? You go Blood Barbs, you go down to Gore Spike, and then you go Grasping Wounds. Or you go Blood Barbs, you go down, all the way down into Crimson Power, and go ES. And then I guess at that point you might try Sanguine Tides. Because you're ES anyways, you probably don't have all that much life, so maybe you'll be fine with just like the remnants. What do you think is the best single target skill if I level Glacial Cascade Monk? Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade is your single target. Fate Apocrypha? I did not watch that. I watched the latest Fate series, though. Fate Fake Strange. That was pretty good. Do we know what the new craftable modifiers are from the unremovable sockets are? I want to craft them in the new socket amulet. We do not know. We do not know. We only have the ones that they showed. Am I going to start 0.5 Monk? Yes. Martial Artist. 0.5 Martial Artist is the plan. What do you think about the Ordain now that we know we can lower the Divinity Fragment cooldown? I'm assuming that's a spear, right? The new spear? I mean, we'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm still not very convinced on it just because it takes so fucking long for that skill to actually land. Like, if the multipliers were enough for you to, like, one-shot a boss, then like maybe. But if I have to use that skill multiple times, I feel like I'd rather just use something else. But, you know, you can always make it as like, you know, play. I think it'll be viable. I think it'll be fine to use. And that's the important part, right? Are you able to use it? Is it like somewhat competitive? And I think it'll be fine. But it's definitely not going to be like anything crazy. Is it smart to play Twisters like 60% of the players? It's only smart if you like Twisters. Because I'd say Twisters is like a very particular playstyle, I guess. Not everybody likes the playstyle of Twisters. Now, no one will play Totems. Nope, I'm sure Palstron is still going to be playing Totems. Yeah, you can definitely play martial arts with Ice Strike. 100%. EDC star is also very solid. Yes, EDC is still one of the best League stars out there. The only reason why I didn't leave it on my, put it on my top League stars list is because I used that, I put EDC on my top League stars for 0.4. If it wasn't for that, I'd still have it on there. And like also plants is basically like EDC. Let's see, attack speed, damage. Attack speed, damage. What about Whirling Lance? A Whirlwind Lance Roa mount? I mean, it sounds fine. But I don't know. Can you use Twisters on a Roa? I'm actually not sure about that one. Fobgun is playing Ice Shot, so that should weaken the Twister meta. I mean, again, I just don't even think that many people are going to play Twisters. Like, it's got such like a particular play style that I just don't think a lot of people are going to play it. Because Twisters has been strong since like 0.2. And I think it's been a known entity that it's been strong, but people just haven't played it because it's like not enjoyable for a lot of people. You can't? Yeah. People say play what Fubgun plays? Yeah, sure. If he plays Twisters, people will play it, but he's not playing Twisters now. But I think even if he plays it, a lot of people will play it and probably fall off of it. But like now it's like guaranteed that I think Twisters will like not be at the top of the like top played spot. It's the worst build for a bad PC.
Whipping up a storm. A worthy foe.
The intruder is here? What of Nahuatzi? I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
Touch one hair on Alva's head, and it'll be the last.
Cock is. I mean, again, if Connor's cock build, right? If it stays, you know, we could be looking at another cock meta, but I doubt GG will let it stay. Like, I think GG is just out to get rid of everything that you can do to do cock comets. Like, they're like, we do not want to see this. So anytime anybody finds a way to make cock work, they're like, nope, not allowed. Get the fuck out of here.
There is no time for this.
Isn't Comet dead? How are you going to sustain without Leech? Chayula Monk has the remnants for mana remnants. You can get like 10,000 plus MP per second with it if you spec into it. Do I have some other cosmetic for Twisters? Yeah.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Yo, Lupin the Fourth. Thank you for the prime sub, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Caution exists. Just tone down twisters a bit. I need some new boots. What the heck are these boots? What are those? I only need new rings, honestly. I need to do a lot of things. I haven't upgraded my shit in a long time. I need new gloves, too. Alright. It's time to visit my Alva. Oh, wait, no. My Alva's not here. Shit. She's got kidnapped. Fuck. I can't gamble. Oh, my. The one time I actually wish that Alva was here with me. Have we discussed the berserking modifiers? I don't think we have information about that, right? Came the other day, my chat wasn't working because of some sort of add-on. My sub wasn't working, so I thought I'd come in and give you a sub. Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear that your chat is working now.
Whipping up a storm.
Whipping up a storm.
I bear the burden for our future. Sacrifice is the only path to survival.
Hold on. I need a moment to prepare.
The power of the Val.
Limana's gone.
Let's see how you handle this.
Oh, what the? I did not see that shit. Have you seen Coster's Devouring Zombies League Starter? I did. It looks really strong. You know what my League Starter will be? Yeah, it'll be Hollow Palm Martial Artist.
Zuatl has finally come for me.
Oh shit, I don't have Fangs of Frost on here anymore, I just realized. I like parried him trying to get chilled ground, but I realized I don't have Fangs of Frost anymore.
Nothing can stand against us. Progress comes with a heavy price.
Hold on.
Catalyzed fusion. I can't give up. I must save my people.
Have you seen Mana Remnant Cock Stormweaver? No.
It cannot be stopped.
No, I will.
Oops, I think I pressed the button a little bit too early. Now we're good.
Burn to ash, demon.
Did I not get a Frost Nexus on this guy? God damn it, bro. I really sometimes think I should put Frost Nexus on my, what is it called? My Ice Tipped, because I feel like I always freeze him. Oh, also, don't I have, oh wait, I thought I could have sworn I put on, what is it called? Could have sworn I put on Freezing Mark, but maybe I didn't.
Out of my way or die. No, do not fail me.
1 million concurrent on patch day? don't think so. Because I don't think that 0.5 is bigger than 0.1. I don't think 0.5 is bigger than 0.1. So as a result, I don't think there will be 1 million concurrents. Because I think in 0.1, it was like 800,000 concurrents, if I remember correctly. So I don't think that we'll have more than that. I think it'll be like a good... Because I think we'll have like 600 or 700,000. That's my guess.
If there is an ancient bot, I will come.
Top one of this month clip. Yo, let's go. Is it safe to use a loop filter on day one? Is possible new stuff gets hidden on accident? I mean, it can happen, but it's pretty rare. Like, there was like only like, I don't think there has been ever any cases I'd say like stuff got hidden on day one. There were like end game stuff that I saw got hidden in the Path of Exile 1 time. That was like a couple divs, but if we're talking about like early game stuff, I don't think so. Peak on Steam was 578. I'm talking about all combined. Because Jonathan gave us a number in 0.1. It was like 800,000 or something like that with everything combined.
Until next time.
I can't, I promise. Don't get eaten.
Hey, it's a long journey. The Kalguuran.
Doriani has one piece of an ancient weapon.
One Piece!
We're here. There goes me last chance at some shut-eye.
Hey, where are you going?
Do you think the cock build will be busted?
Large amount of elemental infusions. Now, the elemental infusion section does not actually give us mana, but our primary mana source comes from picking up remnants. This node here allows us to recover 3% of max mana whenever we collect a remnant, and we also have 1 for 3% max life. And because we're playing life and mana hybrid with Mind Over Matter, that results in a pretty decent amount of tankiness. Now again, my character's gear is very bad, but if you want to have a look at tanky setup, you can have a look at Yo-Yo FX's setup on Bilibili, which you will see in the previous showcase as well. He has 5k ES, pretty much, and like 2.5k mana. So your entire hit pool becomes your ES plus your life plus your mana. So we have no.
You see the upgrade button in the Soccer Stash tab in the new video? I did.
We can actually play Mind Over Matter. This allows us to save a lot of currency on gear that requires you to have damage.
Does not exist right now.
Life. And so this was a setup that I saw that I think looked the most potential, and my goal is to take this.
Upgrade what? Week. Probably lessers to graders, and graders.
The main thing we want to talk about is how do we generate enough remnants?
Whatever the last one is.
Again, we have the double remnants from here. But we pretty much get our remnants from 2 sources. One is pressing Frostbomb on cooldown. Now, you don't really need this if you have enough damage, but if your damage is on the lower side, you want to kind of press spending more. And then I'm using up to 3. Alright. You want to generally much.
Is it any gameplay?
4 hours is better than me.
There it is. I mean, it looks like it works. I don't see why it wouldn't work. But it's definitely not as crazy as the current Comet stuff, right? Usually the comets stop flowing after a little bit. It does have like a little bit of a pause. That's definitely not how the Comet stuff works these days. The thing is, they don't want to like make it so Comet is not playable. I mean, sometimes it feels like they're making it so that they just don't want Comet to be playable. But I think the problem is just like how crazy it got like last league, to a point where like it was literally comets were filling up 90% of the screen.
Hey, Mason here. Here with my league start guide on what I'm going to be playing.
Now this is crazy, right? I don't know about this one.
Previously, you might have seen me.
I think they're probably going to get rid of this.
And in that video, I think
they're going to. Honestly, I think they might nerf remnants. I think they might nerf remnants because of something like this.
One. Here's the other one. Now, because I'm a smaller creator, I'm hoping that GGG does not see this, and we don't get this nerfed before League start. I've mentioned this before, but I haven't played Caster in PoE 2 before, and so this will be a learning
That's too much, yeah, that was too much.
Throughout this video, I'm going to describe the tech, how it works.
Because like, this is probably too much, like this, right? It's literally just like a storm of comments.
The Blood Mage tech,
comments.
And in that video, I actually said there was 2 Chinese techs, and I only showed 1. Here's the other one. Now, because I'm a smaller creator, I'm hoping that GGG does not see this, and we don't get this nerfed before League start. I've mentioned this before, but I haven't played Caster in PoE 2.
They can't nerf everything, it's just buff shitty stuff. You are nerfing everything to the ground. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear what they've been doing. They really just want to get rid of Comet, right?
When the league drops,
I don't think they're going to nerf... Like, for example, I don't think they're going to nerf Twisters.
I don't think there are.
I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're going to definitely nerf Twisters, they're definitely going to nerf Twisters. I don't think they're nerfing Twisters. I don't think Twisters that, like...
It was pretty enjoyable.
It's strong, but it's not OP.
Thought, hey, why not stream again for PoE 2 League start? Now, normally I like to...
During the campaign, it can be pretty strong, but I think in the end game, it's not like OP. It's really good. I'd say it's an SA plus S tier build, but I would say Twisters is like triple S build last league.
Otherwise, I'll probably just keep all of us unmuted, like in stream, and if they don't want
to... Mostly it was balanced with Ice Frog.
Alright, so let's start with the character. So, right.
I don't know why most pro players love big hot balls. I mean, I'll be honest, if Comet wasn't as, like, dumb as it was, I think Comet builds are cool. At least to me, I think they always look really cool, and, like, yeah, I just think they're cool in general.
The name's welcome. Once you have one, keep it up.
They should make all their builds like Twisters, where you get stronger every act. What do you think of Supporting Fire Tactician or League Start? It's good. Supporting Fire is really good. They buffed to the point where I'd say it's a really strong skill. Rosa English, good morning, good morning.
Keep it up.
Hail. Well,
Hail.
What can I do? I'll melt it down. Find a use.
Listen up.
Welcome to the fort. I've forged a few finery.
I don't get the passion and hate behind Comet. I get it's broken, but people treat it like it's a sin against humanity. I mean, I think that's just a problem, is that it's broken. People don't hate it as in, like, they would never want to see it again. People just don't want it to be as strong as it is. At least that's my take on it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the community enough. I'm not reading, like, the Reddits enough. But that's what I feel like the balanced, like, normie take is. That I don't think anybody hates it, but they just want it to, like, you know, not be the strongest thing in the game by a mile. Poo-too! It's the other mini skills and you start crossbows. Sorry, Merc has no minion nodes. I would suggest checking out my boy Kalguuran. He has a, I think he made a supporting fire league start build here. Supporting fire tactician. Yeah, right here. Supporting fire tactician league start guide. Off-screen clears SF friendly. Chober Chaber. Here we go, sir. Hope that helps out.
Welcome
I'm just tired of all the whining and crying.
All good.
Am I missing something? Oh, did I not talk to fucking Alva?
Hello there. Hey, wait a minute. Come back.
This we will need.
Bring more stuff to cock level. I mean, I've talked about this plenty of times, but you know what? This is what happens when you're a streamer. You sound like you become a broken record. So there's a reason why you can't just bring everything up to cock level. Okay. So we're gonna pull out the paint diagram again, right? I apologize for anybody who's seen this graph a million times, but the reason why you can't bring everything up to cock level is very simple. It's this word called power creep. All right, it's this word called power creep. So the game itself is designed to where everything should be able to clear the content as long as it's at this level, right? As long as your build is at this level, it should be able to clear all content. Now, Comet is basically at this level of power. All right. Comet is like at the very, very peak pinnacle, let's just say, right? And then you have some other skills right here. Maybe this is like twisters. Maybe this is like ice shot, snipe, whatever you want to say is like the meta skills, right? These they're right here. This is Comet. It's just above everything else. This is like the other skills. Okay. And then now you have the swarm of just your average Andy A+ tier skills, like right here, where it's like this stuff is like all right, but it's not OP to the point where it's like Comet, right? And then you also have a couple of shitter skills that are down here, right? You have like a couple of skills right here where it's like clearly this is way undertuned. The reason why you don't want to buff everything to level of Comet is because one, look at how many fucking skills you have that you need to buff up the Comet. All right? It's way better and easier to take Comet down and these overperforming skills down to where these average skills are. The other thing, again, is keep in mind, this is where the line is for where you need to do the content. If every skill was up at Comet level, then literally the game would be easy as fuck. Literally, there would be no challenge in the game whatsoever. And what are they going to do at that point? Well, they're going to bring the power level of the requirements up to here. But at that point, you just moved the fucking line. That's all you did. You didn't actually change anything. You just moved the line from down here to up here. And that becomes Diablo, where now you're hitting numbers in the millions, in the billions, in the trillions, right? You're just getting like, oh, I'm going to make the monsters harder so we get the skills. Oh, well, the skills are getting better. I'm going to make the monsters harder again. Oh, the monsters are too hard now. We're going to make the skills up again, right? That's just not going to happen. Power creep is one of the worst things you want for the game because it trivializes a lot of the early game content unless you just make things super hard, like tune it up. But then at the end of the day, you're going to have to bring all your other skills up, right? So what you need to do in these situations is you need to bring the top performing skills down, right? And then you need to bring the underperforming skills up. And that's how you balance these games. Taking everything to the level of Comet is not the way to balance these games. Hopefully that makes sense. Why you never want to just be like, hey, what's the most OP thing? All right, instead of nerfing it, we're buffing everything up to that level. Because it's an endless rat race, right? Every time you come up with a new skill, it's either A, you're going to need to buff it up to that level, or B, it's going to be like, you need to like move everything this, like the difficulty up. That means I'm doing Twister. These aren't, no. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense to anybody who is wondering. I just want to hit that green dotted line without playing 10 hours a day. I mean, you can. But as a new player, it's just a little bit harder for you to learn things, right? So it's like when you're early on, of course, it's going to take you a lot longer to get to that green dotted line. But as you play the game more and learn more about it, it's going to be easier and easier for you to get to that green dotted line.
Hard to starboard!
Oh, is he considered they added a hidden ascendancy class? Oh, I think it's pretty confirmed. Joe Nathan himself said it.
Land ahoy. Watch your step, eh? Be wary here. The kinfolk are a bit crazy. Oh, alright, I'll just talk to myself.
Games like this always make time investment matter. Oh yeah, 100%. These types of games, ARPGs, are always a time sink. The more time you spend in it, the more advantageous you're going to be. Both in the knowledge side of things, but also, like, literally progression as well.
They're mining the sulfide. Wonder why.
I think maybe Druid? People are thinking Chayula Monk, but I will see. Starting crossbows for the 5th time. Dude, I've been getting really unlucky with my drops right now. I need skill gems. My skill gems are really old. Yeah, they show there's 2 nodes on the JSON file. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that on stream. Like, it's definitely suspicious, but I don't think it really, like, guarantees that we'll get something there. Might have been an error, might have been a mistake. Or it might be a red herring, right? They always do this when they do data mines too. Might be a red herring. Everyone wake up, I see another buff for Varashta. Did they do another set of patch notes? Might be the arcane archer that we're all expecting.
Bring it on.
Bug fix for minion damage? Oh. That's right. I saw it said minion damage, right? I saw it said minions on it, and I completely just skipped it. I saw it said minions, and I completely just didn't read it. When is 0.5 kicking tomorrow? What time? I mean, it's a little bit over 24 hours at this point. It's like a day and a half. But technically, today is the 28th right now that I'm streaming, and the game comes out on the 29th, or the update comes out on the 29th. How do you feel about energy shield changes? Would you prefer to see them cap the top end a bit more rather than the recovery?
I'm sweating through layers. I didn't know
It's a little bit tough because like energy shield is supposed to be that build that you can scale it to a super high number, right? Because if you don't scale it to a super high number, energy shield becomes very weak. Because energy shield traditionally is supposed to be really bad at taking small hits. So because of that, if you take the top end down too much, then energy shield becomes too weak. So I don't hate the changes to recharge, But I also don't think that energy shield is necessarily like the... I don't necessarily think it's like that overpowered. It's really strong, but I think it's just the comparison of energy shield to the other defensives that makes energy shield feel way stronger than it actually is. It's good, right? It's really good. But I think the main problem is that making energy shield work is just too easy, whereas making the other ones work is just too hard. So the energy shield thing to me is one of those cases where it's like, yeah, I think that you should just buff the other ones up to where energy shield rather than nerf it. Girls and Turtles, how's it going, man?
Need a moment. That was almost a challenge.
Hope Lee Star turns into 0.2 part 2? What the hell? Why would you hope for that? Do you want to see the world burn just like Connor? Can't wait for release. My body is ready. Yo, same. Same. I'm tired of running these campaign runs, boy. I'm tired of it.
Need more time.
Dude, I need skills. I have not gotten skill gems in a long time. Look at this. I went from Twister's level 9 to Twister's level 11. How cringe is that? How cringe is that? Will I start a Twister on Monk as well? No. I'm not. I'm using Monk skills. How many hours will I be on before the patch drops? The patch drops at 1 p.m. So I will probably start streaming around 10 a.m. So 3-ish, right? What is that? Yeah, 3 hours before the patch goes live, I think I'll start streaming. By 3 hour prior just gets extra sleep in. Well, it's more of like a... If I don't do that, then I'll lose a lot of viewers. That's more of what it is. So it's more of like a I need to do it for business reasons, for money reasons. It's one of those parts where it's like, yeah, it is a job. What time is it right now? 3:15 a.m. But I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, though, is the thing. That's what I usually do before League launch. I usually take the day off the day before, and then I wake up early, because that way I'll sleep early if I don't stream. So this might be my last, like, official, like, regular stream before the League launch.
What can I do for you? Already well equipped?
I will be streaming in the morning, of course, for the podcast, right? That is still happening. But, like, the regularly scheduled stream, like the one that's going on right now, I will probably be skipping tomorrow. Last day of stalling? Yep, last day of stalling. Indeed. Do you think Genling's gonna be a good League starter? I think it is gonna be okay. But there is a little bit of a risk to it because we just don't know what the quality stuff is gonna give. But it's gonna be fine. I think it'll be fine. It's not one of the top league starters, I'd say, but it's fine.
No soul fight, just me.
No soul fight, just me.
Ugly bugger.
Dude, why? I swear to God, man, I really need to get Frost Nexus on my freaking. I keep saying this. I need to get Frost Nexus on my thing, on my Frost tipped arrows. Because right now, I'm just not freezing with it. I'm freezing with it, and I'm not getting the frozen, the chilled ground that I need.
Rotten your odds.
Can you extend what the good quality gems before league starting? I mean, yes, you can, but most people who league start want to just get going the moment it starts. So like you won't have any like build guides or anything like that to really kind of show you the way. Isn't Frost Nexus better on Twisters? It is on Twisters, but I find myself always freezing the enemy with my Frost Tip or Ice Tipped as well. So like I feel like I'd rather like take this off and put on Frost Nexus on an Ice Tipped as well. Dude, I'm so depraved for drops right now. It's crazy. Put it in both? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That is exactly what I'm doing. Thoughts on Chronomaster? It seems fine. It seems like a fine start. It's not going to be crazy, but it's good. It's going to be pretty good defensive ascendancy. How much do you think this Fragment Stash Tab is going to cost? Oh, you can buy it already. It's 75.
Where to?
You just need to go to the Path of Exile one shop to buy it. So you go here, right? You go pathofexile.com. You go to shop. You go to stash tabs. And boom. Fragment Stash Tab. I guess put Elemental Focus on for Ice Frost Tip. True. I can.
Good day.
That is an option. That is right. But I also wanted to build up freeze though. That's the thing. I don't know.
Good day. Where to? Cast off.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Whatever Media? How are you doing? Chris Video convinced me to go SF out the gate this patch. Really? I never watched it. And yo, what's up, Mr. Tryout? How are you doing?
Here we are.
What was the whole thing about? I mean, maybe we'll watch it right now. See what he says about SSF. Guild stash tabs don't transfer over though. Between 1 and 2, no, they don't. It's a good take. We'll watch it.
How's it going? Kriparian here. Today, I have a promised video for you guys. We're going to talk about solo self-found. Why would you even bother playing it? And it's a pretty interesting topic. It is one that I think people will have their own personal view of, and I will give you guys my personal view of it. I think, you play video games however you wish, however results in you having the most fun. I am not one to judge, but for me, the idea of solo self-found in action RPGs has really revolutionized my appeal, my love for this type of game, and
even Crip is
I
League
kind of want
Twisters.
to preach about it in a way because I kind of went through that conversion, and I think a lot of people haven't yet because they haven't really understood the advantages. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about the differences of playing just a normal PoE2 League or whatever ARPG versus solo self-found. And today I'll go over that, and also I'll give you guys a few tips if you do want to play solo self-found in the upcoming PoE2 League or whenever, really. So ultimately, it kind of came down to I'm really good at trading in video games. You guys might know from videos well over a decade ago how I was making crazy amounts of gold in World of Warcraft. It was not just a World of Warcraft thing. I've learned to realize
humble brag, humble brag,
and their marketplace.
I'm just good at games, guys.
And
I'm just good at making money.
Pretty easy to exploit. Some of the richest players in Path of Exile, Path of Exile 1 especially, they don't even really play the game. They just trade items or they offer mirror services, and that really results in the highest accumulation of wealth. It is an extreme case,
Imagine he
but
did
it
stocks.
does offer an understanding of how it works for most people. Because most people, yes, they still go and play the game, but they also spend a lot of time looking up what items are available, for sale online, what kind of items they can sell, the prices. They're basically playing a part of the game that isn't so much gameplay as it is kind of like playing markets. And for someone like me, I've played so many games, and even IRL markets, I know a few things. It's at a point where
humble brag about his money in real life.
That experience that I get from doing it in Path of Exile 2 is hardly different doing it in any game that I've played in the past, and that is a big problem for me. It also is a big problem that how should I say this? It's a bigger problem in a game like Path of Exile 2 because there's a huge focus on
It's like saying I'm so good at sex, I'm only gonna masturbate from now on.
There's kind of like the old hoarders of gold, right? So because there's people that just have hordes of gold because they've been playing for a long time, any kind of activity that you do kind of like siphons off of them. So it doesn't have so much like cutthroat, rat race type of situation as Path of Exile does, because anything you do just generates gold because there's just like gold lying around. Now, when there is a new seasonal reset in Path of Exile 2, it's certainly exciting. It's exciting to play, and trust me, it's plenty exciting to play, even if, you don't engage with the markets. It just is exciting to play because there's lots of new stuff to do and experience. But because there is this economy reset, the entire game, if you wish to play optimally, becomes one enormous rat race. Because this happens every single league. There becomes activities that you do that are crazy profitable, and having really strong characters really early and getting into that often before it's nerfed results in incredible amount of wealth gain. So this results in a few things. The first is there is an incredible pressure on playing a very overpowered build. I see this as a downside because you often don't get to tailor what you actually want to play. Like if you are a minion enjoyer, for example, and minions do not seem to be very good next season.
I was told you're good at PoE 2. Whoever told you that has lied to you.
You are going to shoot yourself in the foot if you try to play a type of build that you like, because you're going to have to play the really OP stuff if you want to be, kind of top tier, if you really want to play optimally. There is also
it's like an interesting thing, right? When it comes to like soft like trade and this whole idea that people will be playing like the most optimal stuff, it's true to an extent, right? I think that you're definitely kind of in a way shooting yourself in the foot a little bit on terms of like if you care about the economy that much, if you're not playing like the most optimal build. but it's also just mindset, I'd say. Like, it's kind of like always also saying like, hey, if I'm gonna go play like PvP in like, I don't know, World of Warcraft or whatever, or it's like, is there really a reason for me to not play meta? And the answer is no, not really. But I think that at the end of the day, it is a game. So there is always going to be people that are going to be playing off meta, and there's going to be some people playing who are going to be playing on meta, right? It's just a mindset. I'm not saying it's like a wrong, like, I'm not like refuting it, but, or what Crip's saying, but I do think that it is definitely a mindset. But it does put pressure on people who do have that FOMO, who do have that mindset of like, hey, I want to be the best, or I want to get everything super, super easy. That is going to be a big factor in them playing it that way. But I'm going to be completely honest too. And let's be real. Anybody who has that mindset wouldn't play SSF. Like, anybody who is like, hey, I want to be playing this game because I want to get the most money. I want to go and like do all this to like get to the top of the meta. I want to get to the top of the leaderboard, whatever, right? I don't think they're playing SSF. So I think this is more of like a why he plays SSF rather than like a this is like how you have more fun or whatever. It just depends on you as a person. Some people, if they're going to be playing SSF, they're going to be bored because they don't have that economy to interact with. Just like me. I really like having that economy to interact with. I'm not like a super, I'm not an X the farmer X despite how I look, right? Despite the color of my skin and the size of my eyes, right? And the fact that I'm wearing glasses right now, I'm not X the farmer X. But I still enjoy my fair share of, playing the economy. I still enjoy my fair share of like, hey, when I drop an item and it's like super expensive, I can be like Pog and sell it for a lot, right? So I don't think you need to be. I think it just depends on the person. Wait, you're not farmer? Literate farmer. Basically broke farmer from Temu. I was in the wrong channel this whole time? Oh god, not this again.
A huge pressure on profitable farming. Now, this might be a bit of an alien concept to those that haven't played Solo Self-Found, but for now, let's just leave it with the example that we had in a previous season in Path of Exile with the
unsubscribe
that they had, and kind of making those like crazy long snakes and just like basically pumping out divines. Basically, if you don't do that, you are going to be very poor. You're almost wasting your time even playing the game if you want to play optimally and
100%.
kind of maintain a reasonable level of wealth in the game.
Sort of.
And on one hand,
you can do other things too.
Kind of cool because you're often engaging with new mechanics. Not always though, but in my opinion, this is also a negative because it usually pushes you very heavily into doing kind of like a singular activity. Now, to be fair, the singular activities in Path of Exile, they can have pretty rich levels of depth, so it's not like it's boring, but it's not like you're experiencing the entirety of the game. You're really hyper-focusing on one part of it.
And I think like it's that part is definitely true, but I would also say on the flip side, in Solo Self-Found, it is kind of annoying sometimes that you need to play everything. Like when I played Solo Self-Found, I hated playing Expedition. But Expedition was so advantageous for Solo Self-Found that it didn't make sense to not play it. So that it's two sides of the coin, right? Solo Self-Found, it allows you to play everything because you need a little bit of everything to craft everything and create everything, right? But you might not want to play everything. There are certain parts that you don't want to play, but you're kind of required to play it because you need the material to create your item, or you need the material to, craft something or edit something, right? Whereas with trade, I get to choose what I want to play. Of course, you could be, once again, the super optimal person, and maybe it's not as much of a choice for you as much as like, hey, this is the most optimal thing, so I'm going to do it. But there's also people who are going to be like, hey, I just don't want to play Expedition. I only like Abyss. I only like Ritual. I only like whatever. And then in trade, you do get that option to only play that thing because there is an economy and you can sell your items and sell what you get from the thing that you're farming that you like doing and not play the other ones. Perennial wealth acquisition is the fun. Yeah. I mean, there's no wrong answer in this, right? I don't think there's a wrong answer. It's just, at the end, just play what you want to play. But I think it's just like this video is like to basically be, because there's a lot of people who have never played Solo Self-Found, right? A lot of people that walk into Path of Exile and they're like, hey, I'm going to do what most people are doing, which is softcore trade. And then they play it and then they feel this pressure like, hey, I really feel like I'm like forced in many ways to do what's meta. I'm forced to like go with the most optimal route because if I'm not, I'm going to feel behind. There are definitely people who are like that, and for them, they probably would enjoy Solo Self-Found more. But it's just that they never knew what Solo Self-Found was about or how it operates. So like a video like this is basically there to like be like, hey guys, this is what it's actually about. You might not know what it is before, but here it is. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yep.
And there, of course, is an immense pressure on playtime. Like, if you're doing the first two things really, really well, but you're not playing, like, 10, 15-hour days at league start,
Comet.
well, the other guys that are going to be ahead of you, and often far ahead of you. And that is a little bit of a problem because a huge amount of wealth is gained in the early days if you have a strong presence in the factors that I mentioned. And there's another thing that I think is also a pretty big negative for me, that several game systems just kind of fail if you trade. One of those is the skill gems, for example.
Oh, the new Comet Zerglings, yeah.
Pretty interesting,
it's so cool.
And meaningful level
it's
of
so
progression
it seems so
game,
cool.
where you get a certain skill gem, and then you kind of move.
It's
up
gonna be like Unearth
tiers
though,
because you gain that much power, and then you get that type of skill gem. You go to like 18, then you go to the higher maps, you find level 19 skill gems. So you kind of like follow the progression of the game, and trading many different ways. This is just one example. Really does kind of cheat that progression quite a bit. The idea that you often are pushed to do one mechanic is one that has been very true in Path of Exile's history. It's not one that I can point so easily as I can to the temple in the previous league, but it usually is a case where people find a very efficient type of farming strategy, and that usually doesn't engage with very much of the game. And when they find that efficient strategy, sometimes it's a combination of using like certain tablets or certain maps or certain builds or just certain activities, certain mechanics, whatever it is. You see a lot of videos out there, I did this and got this much divine per hour or something like that. It usually is like a hyper-focus method. So it doesn't necessarily have to be pushed within the game, but the game, how they naturally work, if you want to maximize your divines per hour, you are once again kind of in that trap of playing a fairly narrow version of the game. And if you do all of those things well, you actually encounter another thing that I would personally say is a downside, where very high rarity items actually become trivialized and deterministic if you are a highly efficient player. But also, if you are not a highly efficient player, these things can be totally out of reach. One example in...
yes, it's true, but it's also some cases in Solo Self-Found where the opposite is true, where it's not deterministic at all and you might never see the item. That for me is like one of the main reasons why I play trade, right? I like making cool builds. I like making wacky things. And a lot of times those wacky things revolve around specific items or uniques. And if I'm playing solo self-found, then I might never get that unique item. So it's both ways. It's like, and that's why I think that it's cool that you can play both ways, right? There is a solo self-found option and there is a trade option because different people like playing different ways. Yosa Tali. Instead of just overextending your goals. In some ways, yes, but also in other ways, it's like not even just overextending. It's like, you can't even make it a goal because you don't know if you'll ever get it. Like, will I ever get a headhunter this league? Maybe, maybe I might drop it. Maybe I might never drop it. I never dropped a headhunter in 0.3, I think, right? I think I chanced mine in 0.3 and I never got one. 0.2, I ended up dropping one. 0.1, I never dropped one. So, and 0.4, I did drop one eventually, but it was like really, really late into it. If you do, it's way more satisfying. Ish. Again, it's like if you do, sure, maybe, but at the same time, that's a big if, right? If it happens, what's the chances of it happening? 0.5% chance. I might quit before I get the headhunter. I might quit before I get my build defining item. I dropped one Stone Citadel. Remember when?
In PoE 1, there's a notable belt called Mage Blood, which is why some people got pretty excited about the Mage Blood teaser that we got for this season. It is a incredibly powerful item that power gamers pretty much just get a few days into each league, because if you follow the steps to success, that's just what you get. You get the powerful stuff. Someone's going to find a Mage Blood in the law of numbers, and if you are gaming the economy like crazy and you can afford the early versions of these items, you're just going to have them. But if you don't play under those kind of like restrictions, you might literally never get one.
I wouldn't recommend it as a league starter, to be honest.
About players who try to save up their divines for a Mage Blood, and what happens is the price actually outpaces their ability to generate that amount of currency, which leads to them literally never getting one because they don't play efficiently enough and they just don't play enough.
I mean, once again, right? If you're not able to get a Mage Blood in trade, you're definitely not getting one in solo self-found. Because that means you haven't dropped one yet. And in solo self-found, you can only drop it.
So that is also a very crazy divide. It's a feast or famine. And there's honestly, I think there's quite few people in the middle of that kind of playing both sides. Ultimately, the biggest thing for me is if you are like a veteran of the game playing in a trade environment, especially in an efficient trade environment, which we now have in Path of Exile 2, it really does kind of feel like cheating, where you just bypass rarity, you bypass RNG, you just kind of bypass tiers, bypass progression. You really just, you're playing with Game Shark, basically, okay? So, the opposite side, the flip side. What about solo self-found? What's so great about it? So, I think one of the best comparisons that I can give to at least a good number of the people watching is playing solo self-found is a lot like playing the arena version of Hearthstone.
The arena version?
Your decks
it's like
are going to
be
much weaker, but they're going to be quite interesting, and you're going to have to figure out how you're actually going to win with what you have. And in many different ways, you're going to have to think on your feet, and in many different situations, not just hyper-focused learning like one deck as you might in Constructed. All right, enough of that. So what does that mean for actual Path of Exile or ARPGs? So the main incentive in solo self-found is to play the game. That's pretty much it, okay? If you want your character to be stronger, What you have to do is play the game. You have to go and do content and kill monsters, okay? You have to play the game in order to progress. You have to play the game in order to have your character gain power. You have to play the game to get, you know, the highest rarity drops. You cannot hyper-focus on a singular mechanic, because if you do, you're just not going to obtain the multitude of items that come from the other mechanics. For example, if you have...
I would argue that solo self-found, again, I'm not hating a solo self-found. I'm not saying it's bad. I think solo self-found is great, and it offers a lot of people a very fun experience that they would rather have instead of trade. Because a lot of people don't like trade. They don't feel like, they do have that mindset where they really feel like they're behind and FOMOing if they don't get like the money, or they're not chasing the meta or whatever, right? And they like being in that experience where their progression is a little bit more meaningful. But in many cases, what I would find and what I would say is, in my opinion, solo self-found is a lot more of a limiting way of playing Path of Exile or any ARPG. It's like you're limiting yourself. Okay, he's saying like in trade, it feels like you're limiting yourself to only farming one mechanic or whatever because you need to chase the meta. But you're only limiting yourself because you feel like you're chasing the meta. And you don't have to do that, right? You can farm many, many things if you wanted to. Whereas with solo self-found, you're actually limited to not being able to just farm one thing. You're actually limited to not being able to play a build that you like. You're actually limited to where if you don't find a certain thing, you just will never have it, right? So again, once again, it's just a different playstyle. It's a different type of way to play the game. But I would argue that playing trade is a lot less limiting than solo self-found for that reason. Because Path of Exile, solo self-found, is not like, for example, what is it called? Last Epoch solo self-found, where they build in systems for you to basically play a different game and have ways to actually get items deterministically that you wouldn't be able to do in a trade situation or in the trade league. Whereas in Path of Exile, solo self-found is literally the same game as trade, but you just don't have trade. So that's where it comes down to it for me too. It's like when it comes to solo self-found, it's it's more of a challenge thing rather than like a, hey, this is like just, it's a different game. Like it offers you different things, because you could play solo self-found and trade too if you really want to. You know, goddamn, you can. But yeah, it's more of like a in trade you're making the active choice to play a certain way, whereas in solo self-found you're kind of forced to play in a certain way, because if you don't play it that way, you legitimately can't progress. Whereas in trade, yes, you might play a certain way and it's less efficient, but you can still progress while doing that.
A crazy profitable delirium strategy, well, yes, that's great and all, but how are you going to get things from Breach? You're just not, right? If you want things from Breach, what you're going to have to do is Breach. You have to play the game, and that means that you really experience the fullness of the game. The incentives are actually set up correctly for you to enjoy the game, because you will have to engage with all aspects of it. That's really the key. And that
for better or worse,
one that has really kind of changed
my view starter? Hollow
about
Palm
the
Martial
game
Artist.
mode. You know, I was a little bit skeptical when I saw players doing self-imposed SSF many years ago in Path of Exile 1, but this is kind of like the moment that clicked for me. So let's kind of go over some of the big downsides from playing trade and see how they work out in solo self-found. So is there a lot of pressure on playing a really OP build when there's a new season? there is still some pressure. That is actually true. You can't really get away from that because your first character is kind of the one that opens up the ability to get good items, right? And you want to kind of access the good items still fairly quickly, right? So you typically, even if you're playing SSF, you don't want to play like a total jank build. You still want to have some kind of plan. It might be a good idea to still follow like a build guide, but there are a few things to consider still. Now, in terms of profitable farming, there's almost no pressure for that. And I think the previous season, with the temple being so crazy, like in Trade League, people were doing 10,000 divine per hour or something just like per day. I don't even know. It doesn't matter, right? Like infinity currency, basically. I had that in Solo Self-Found. I made a little snake temple of my own. Did I just play that? No, because again, as good as the temple was, well, I needed some catalysts, and I needed some breach rings. I needed some items from Ritual. So I still had to engage with the rest of the game. In a case where one mechanic was so unbelievably broken and rewarding compared to all others, I still had to engage with the entirety of the game. So I think that is pretty awesome. Another one is there is minimal pressure on playtime. If you play less, you're going to have a less powerful character, you're going to find less stuff, but you're not going to encounter that situation where if you play less, you're literally never going to be able to obtain a mage blood.
I saw your League Star video, like the first second because of the OSRS video, but awesome video as well. Thank you.
But that's kind of the point. In Solo Self-Found, the power levels are lower, but that is actually a good thing in some ways, at least. One downside I want to bring up is Solo Self-Found does require more stash tabs. So if you have not purchased the additional stash tabs in Path of Exile 2, you might be a little bit hard-pressed to play Solo Self-Found because you definitely need some space. You still want some stash tabs if you're playing Trade League, arguably more if you're like a crazy hyper trader, but it is what it is.
The thing that, at least for Path of Exile 2, that I also don't like about Solo Self-Found, at least for 0.4, right? In 0.4, I never felt the pressure to go rarity because a lot of the farm methods in 0.4 outside of Temple didn't require rarity, which was really nice. Rarity had like minimal effect on it. But when you're playing Solo Self-Found, you need to go rarity because if you don't go rarity, you don't get as many perfect exalts, perfect chaos, greater exalts, greater chaos, which are really important for crafting. Whereas in non-Solo Self-Found, whereas you're playing trade, you don't. It's like interesting because you would think that in trade you would be incentivized to go rarity more, but it's actually the opposite because in trade you can do things that don't require rarity to gain money. And you can exchange for those greater exalts, perfect exalts, greater chaos, perfect chaos. So that's the other thing for me that I find more enjoyable about trade than Solo Self-Found, because I actually have a little more flexibility with my gear. But of course, if they fix rarity, that would be gone too.
Solo Self-Found also is what it implies in the the SSF, Solo Self-Found. You do not play with other people. This is a pretty big factor for some people. Some people really like to play with other people, and if you really like to play with other people in Path of Exile, you should do that. That's what you should do. Okay, but for me, I just kind of like to play by myself these days. I've kind of grown into that. The other thing that I really like that I want to kind of throw in there is there's no real limit to endgame, and that kind of ties into the rare drops. Like, rare drops in Solo Self-Found are really exciting. Like last league, I picked up a Mjolnir, and is Mjolnir a good item? No. But for like Solo Self-Found, it's kind of like maybe good enough, and it really got me to thinking in like what I could actually do with it, because it's such a rare item. It's an opportunity to play a build I perhaps have not played before. So that's that's really awesome. And yes, you won't get like the mage blood or anything like that, but ultimately you are going to have a lower power character, but there is a real beauty to that in my opinion, because no one's going to carry you through content. No one is going to like sell you the item that you need to make your character 10 times more powerful. Having to kind of grind it out on your own at the end of the day just feels like a lot more rewarding. And because
again, it's just like as I watch this video more, just to my mind, the thing that keeps popping in my mind is just like it's just preference, man. Crypto is just an SSF player. It is what it is, man. He just likes SSF. He likes that playstyle. But it's like weird because like the way that he's like, it's like a little bit weird, right? I love Grip. You know, Grip is my idol. He's a role model, right? The content creator role model. But the way that he's talking about it is almost like it feels like he's trying to argue that SSF is better than trade. Rather than like saying like, hey, you know, here are the things that are good about SSF and why I like it so much. It almost feels like he's arguing that like SSF is better than trade, which I would not say that is true. It's just preference. Because like it depends on the person, but like if I find a Mjolnir when I'm playing SSF, I go, shit, that's not for my build. I guess I'll just put that in the stash, and maybe a future character will use it. Whereas in trade, if I find a valuable item, let's say, you know, again, Mjolnir, right? I'll be like, oh shit, I got a Mjolnir. I'm not using it, but I'm just gonna sell it for something else. It's like a different mindset, and it just depends on you as a person for that mindset, right? But like, yeah, it's like, for SSF, I could find, I don't know, Temporalis in SSF, and I'll be like, well, my build doesn't use Temporalis. I guess I'll just put it in here for the future, right? But if it's in trade and I don't want to play a Temporalis build, I'll be like, oh shit, I'm just gonna sell this for something else. So it's like, it depends on you as a person. Some people like the idea of SSF and it makes them excited that they can find these items that are like, oh shit, this is gonna be build defining. Wait, maybe I should make another character for this. Like, I've never played this character before and I want to try it out. Let's fucking do it, right? Whereas other people are like me, where it's like, well, I guess I'm just not going to use it. So it's just more about mindset than anything else, and what you want to do with your character and how you want to play the game. Not for trade and community, I play POTU a lot less than I am right now. Yeah, again, it's not necessary to say like SSF is better or worse or whatever, or like trade is better than worse. It's just more of like, I find it a little bit weird that Grip is like trying. It feels like he's making an argument that SSF is just better in every way, shape, and form. But I don't think that is. I do not share that opinion. In fact, I think SSF is a lot more limiting to play because you can choose to play SSF in trade as well.
Because of that, and because the power levels are fairly lower, there's really no cap to end game. Many times I've played, a trade version of an ARPG or even Path of Exile 1. I've actually never played Path of Exile 2 trading, but of course, I watch streams.
This is
I know what's happening
he's a
in the game.
Player.
You sometimes experience that point where your character really cannot be meaningfully stronger, but you kind of want to keep playing it. You don't really want to reroll, but then you play it and it just kind of feels pointless because it's already the strongest version that the character could be. When you play in a trade environment, this is a point that you reach sometimes fairly quickly if you are an efficient player. And if you're someone that likes to roll new characters all the time, this might not be a problem whatsoever. But for me, I kind of get attached to some of the characters and builds that I play.
I saw your build for Bunk, and I really want to use Ice Strike as main skill. I follow your build guide to play it. For the most part, yeah, there will be a couple things you might not take, which, for example, if I'm going to be playing this build, I'm playing power charges, and you just don't take that. But for the most part, it's going to be very similar.
And in solo self-found, the limit to, like, peaking in power and peaking in gear and peaking in everything, it's just so distant. And because I have to earn it to get there, the progression always feels good, and it takes me a long time. Like, there's actually been many leagues where I just play one character. You know, several characters and some others and lots in others, but, you know, I can play a single character league and feel satisfied and actually play for like a month at a time, for example. So
I think he's trying to sell SS to people that would actually like it. Oh yeah, no, that's what I said like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Like the anybody who's watching this video, right, is basically what he's trying to do. If you weren't there earlier when I was talking about, he's basically like, it's a video to be like, hey, should you play SSF? And it's more talking about, it's more speaking to the SSF players rather than the trade players, you know? He's not trying to convince the trade player, like, well, I say that, but like part of it, the tone that he comes off with feels a way that he's trying to say like, hey, trades is way worse than SSF, so you should stop playing trade, come play SSF. But I think at his heart, right, the core goal of this video is to like show people who didn't know about SSF and what it's actually about.
It is very big difference in playstyle, and hopefully I've offered you guys a little bit of understanding. Now, for those of you that are interested in Solo Self-Found, I do have a few tips, especially if you have not tried it before, I would say. So again, you definitely want to start on a strong build, at least a pretty strong build, but I think it's also important to start on a class that has the potential to play lots of different kinds of builds. And this is because you might get a Mjolnir, basically. You might get a really cool rare drop, and you might want to actually use it. You might not want to make an entirely new character, you know? The Path of Exile 2 campaign, some people love it, some people do not love it, okay? And the thought of going through it again for an alt is not a pleasing thought for some people. So, believe it or not. Having a character that can pivot to a wide variety of builds is pretty important, and I just kind of want to point that out, that monks, they generally have limited options. They're pretty good with like attacks and like triggered skills, but it really falls off pretty hard after that. There are some options, and yeah, some options maybe with like minions, but like, yeah, I don't know. Sork is also quite limited. A little bit less so
Chalupa is
now
pretty
that we
good,
got the
to be
Chrono
honest.
buff. I quite like playing Chrono, but still fairly limited, because if you don't want to play something that involves like Energy Shield, you kind of have to go really far, and that becomes a bit of a problem. I also think that the Mercenary class is fairly limited. Again, maybe a little bit less so because it seems like they're buffing the Gemling, so maybe not too bad. But there's certainly some big winners out there, like Witch is just incredible. Between Lich, Abyssal Lich, and Blood Mage, I don't even know anymore, but Infernalist, you can pretty much play any build in the game. You know, that's just like the full range of it. If you want to play Warrior, Titan can pretty much play any build in the game because of the efficiency in the 50% node being so crazy. So there's definitely some big winners in that, and I certainly do factor that in when I am playing in a new league. I typically want to play something that is very flexible. I guess another one that...
What are you talking about, Crip? You're only playing minions anyways. You're not going to be flexible with your build. Don't try to kid yourself.
Also very flexible is Druids, because the Oracle has just like incredible availability to a variety of nodes and extreme efficiency with the I think it's Unseen Path, I think it's called. So that one is really good. Another one that I want to kind of point out is in Trade League, especially if you play with other people, you often can just focus entirely on damage. In Solo Self-Found, you cannot do that. You really want to play a character that is well-rounded, that has good damage, good clear, and good survivability. And honestly, I would even aim for great survivability, because you really don't want to lose out on content because your character dies, because you can't cheat those things, you know? If your character dies when you're running an extremely high value map, you can't just trade for another one. You'll have to find another one, and that might take a really long time. So survivability on your character is absolutely something you need to factor in, and that can in some ways look like a limitation on some builds, but I would say that all builds can skew into survivability, especially now that we have armor and evasion buffed on the skill tree and on the items. There are options available.
It's still pretty crazy to me Crypt didn't miss posting a single day of videos.
Literally just ignore
that is
them.
Crazy.
So there is that. In terms of kind of your goals when you're starting out playing solo self-found, the main thing that I would aim for is to get to high tier waystones.
Caring too much about trade versus SF, just play the game.
It's okay to kind of burn through all the current.
Well, I mean, it's again, I think it's partly the way that Crypt like talks about this video, right? He doesn't talk about it as like, here's the advantages or here's the nice parts about SSF. He talks about it as in like, here's why SSF is better than trade in this aspect or that aspect. Which I think, you know, again, for me, I wouldn't have made the video this way because it will kind of basically fan the flames of, you know, the SSF versus trade war.
And stuff that you get in order to get to like tier 15. If you're not at tier 15, it's okay to burn pretty much any currency that you find along the way for character power and progression speed. Because you really need to kind of climb the character power to get there. But once you get to the highest tier waystones, the highest tier maps, you are able to get very good base items, and at that point you are able to get like the good gear basically. So getting there is really important. Once you get there, I
mean, the point of this, I don't think that's the point of the video. The point of the video is, should you play SSF, right? So rather than making comparisons, the way I would make it is like, here's the good part about SSF. Like in SSF, I really like it because you can do this, that, and that. But then the way that he puts it out is, I really like SSF because you do this and you just can't, like this part in trade is just bad. This is why this is just bad design in trade. In trade, this just skips this part, whereas in SSF, this does this. In this, if for trade, you can't do this. If pigeonholes you into that, whereas in SSF, you can do this. Like for me, I wouldn't make that a video that way. I would make it like, here's the advantage, here's like what is good about SSF and why I like it, rather than doing the comparison. There's multiple ways to make this video, right? And doing the comparison is one way. I'm not gonna say it's wrong, right? But then, like, when you do it that way, it starts fanning the flames of the people who are like, well, actually, the point that you said about that thing is not quite true because this and that and that. Like what I was doing earlier.
Really like to be...
Like, people are going to compare at the end of the day, right? There are going to be people who compare, but it's less so. Again, there's different ways to frame things in life. You might send across the same message, but if you frame it differently, you're going to get different reactions. Some people will still react a certain way no matter how you frame it, but there's less people that'll react a certain way if you frame it a certain way versus another.
A bit more conservative, especially with the higher rarity currencies and items that I get.
And again, I'm not saying it's wrong that he's doing it this way, but that's just like what the observation is and why certain people are going to be, you know, feeling a little bit like trade versus SSF or whatever.
And things like that, even on the lower end of currencies, just because at that point you are starting to find items of very high potential worth, and you kind of want to get a few freebies, especially at the start. And it's best to not dump too much of the high value currency immediately, again, is my experience. Another one that I like is trying to not spend gold.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is like also, it's like kind of what you're saying, Technician. There's a lot of like contradictory statements in this where he says like, for like, here's a very good one again, right? What I said earlier. He says he likes SSF because in trade, it feels like you're forced to play a certain way because you have to keep up with the economy. And if you want to be a juice, like if you are like the type of person that wants to be a juicer, you feel like you have to play what's the best. Let's say like Temple, right? And if you don't play Temple, you're gonna be super behind, and that sucks. Well, I mean, again, that's only if you're that type of person that cares about that, right? If you're not that type of person like me, I just played fucking Abyss the entire league, and that was totally fine, and that gave me plenty of money. Whereas it's actually the opposite for SSF, where I would argue that you're more forced to play everything than being given the freedom of playing everything. Because in SSF, if you don't farm Ritual, you don't get Omens. If you don't farm Expedition, you don't get the Expedition currency, or like, you know, whatever, like Olros or whatever, right? So you're actually forced to play everything as opposed to having the choice of playing everything. If I'm in trade, I actually do have the choice of playing everything. If I wanted to, I can, and I'd still be able to progress. And also, if I played only one thing, I'm still able to progress. You see how that is, right? And I think, again, there's just, that is what's riling people up. That is what's riling people up and causing people to, like, feel this, like, kind of, I don't know, so, yeah, riled up about this video, right? You make the case in trade if you want to play optimally, which obviously most people don't. Yeah, most people don't, and I think that's the thing, right? Most people have the choice and they just do whatever they want. Whereas in SSF, you don't have the choice. You actually don't have the choice of playing what you want because you're actually forced in that case to play everything, because if you don't, you can't progress.
Until hitting certain breakpoints with gambling. So the reason
Who's a
why
bot?
gambling is very
Captain
powerful,
Lance.
especially in solo self-found, is because you are able to get a lot of items that are otherwise just extreme rarity drops. So like jewelry, for example, really doesn't drop very often in Path of Exile 2. It's kind of like Ruthless in Path of Exile 1. And most characters are going to want an amulet with +3 to skills.
So where is the best farming for Normie? I mean, it depends on the league itself. I'd say last league, it was really good to farm Abyss as a normie. Because you didn't need to learn a lot of stuff. You didn't have a lot of investment. And you still got a lot of money back. And also, like, maybe Expedition was really good for the normie. For last league. Yeah. How long am I streaming for? Probably another hour or so.
75 affix, which you can gamble regularly, I believe, if you're over level 90. I think you want level 91 just to be safe. You can just check the item level.
Trade is also a progress strip, though. After a week, you're done. Well, that's only, again, he makes a very distinct comparison that you're done after a week if you're good enough at playing the market. Which, again, it's a choice, right? It's a choice. You can make that choice actively.
Well, because maybe this is something that changes in the future as well. But the idea being that
I'll go live as soon as
you're playing solo
it.
self-found, you can't just buy a +3 amulet from someone else. You have to get one. How do you get one? Well, you have to find efficient ways to get very high rarity affixes on a rare base. Well, gambling gets you a lot of those bases, and that's kind of the beauty of solo self-found. It's on you to kind of figure out these puzzles and to figure out how you can actually obtain, you know, the high power, the high influence items to make your characters into, you know, that true peak performance. Very cool part about the game that really gets trivialized in many ways in Trade League, at least in my opinion. Another thing that I really like to do when I play solo self-found, now this is one for the people with lots of stash tabs probably, but there is
I tried
the
Ruthless
3-1
SSF.
recipe.
I never played SSF back in the day. I was very casual. I never played SSF. I never played Hardcore. I never played Ruthless. I just played Softcore Trade. And I also didn't learn crafting. I also usually rarely got to anything more than like tier 5 maps. I was very casual.
that you can use, and it is
sometimes I didn't even get to maps
by players for like upping waystones and that kind of stuff. But I really like to use it on items that have rare bases. So, for example, jewelry. All those amulets that I gamble, I don't just like throw them in the garbage. I pretty much just try to keep them and 3-to-1 them. Now, the 3-to-1 recipe in Path of Exile utilizes the lowest item level of your items as the new item. So you need to be careful with that. Like if you're trying to get a +3 amulet, you typically want to make them all rare, because 3 rare ones will give you a rare amulet, 3 blues will give you a blue, and as such. Now the idea is that if you're going to want to try to get from the 3-to-1 recipe potentially a +3 amulet, you only want to use amulets that are at least item level 75. But I do this recipe especially for jewelry, for rings, for belts. It's extremely good for jewels because you can't even gamble jewels. You literally have to find them. Well, if you want to find like 40% more jewels, you use the 3-to-1 recipe, and jewels don't even have an item level, so you can start hoarding jewels right from the start of the game. And this is going to be especially powerful in the upcoming season, where we get new base types from like the breach mechanic, the tree mechanic, let's say.
How often I'd use the 3-to-1 recipe for jewels?
That kind of stuff.
I mean, I use the 3-to-1 recipe pretty often, especially as I'm leveling up my character. Later on in maps, like when I have everything set up, right, I don't use it as much, but like during campaign I use it a good bit if I'm like trying to fish for a certain weapon type, or even like as I'm progressing through maps early on, I'll use the 3-to-1 for like maps that tier it up. But for like I mean, even in end game crafting, if there's like a specific, like, again, this is a like early end game, right? If I'm looking for something that's specific, or like trying to craft off a base, I might 3-to-1 something every now and then. But later on, when I'm set with economy, it's less so. What's 3-to-1 recipes for forging bench? Yeah.
And there's going to be things like, for example, there's going to be the amulets that have 2 instilled nodes on them. And if you get 3 of those, it's kind of like getting a free one, right? So there's some really powerful things that you can get through that system, because again, in solo self-found, you gotta work for every single piece, and you gotta try to get the most out of it every time. And that is the beauty at the end of the day. Hopefully, you picked up a few pointers and you've enjoyed the video. I'll see you in the next.
I mean, I think like the goal of this video, right, as I said at the beginning, it's not to like make it so that the goal is not like to be like, hey, SSF is like just better than trade or whatever, right? You know, you should leave trade and play SSF because it's just better. I think the goal of this video is to be like, hey, if you don't, this is for people who have never tried SSF and don't know what it's about. This is for people who's like, I don't even know what SSF, is. I didn't even know it was a mode. Or it's like, I feel like people who's like, oh man, SSF is just like worse Path of Exile, right? It's kind of the video that's supposed to be for that type of audience, to let them know like what SSF is all about. But once again, I feel like has been like in this video some things where he frames certain things in a certain way that does rile people up. At the end of the day, it's just, hey, if you want to play the game in an SSF way and you like that more meaningful progression, right? Do it. It's a good experience. It's a good fun. It's a different way to play the game and enjoy it, right? But if you don't like that gameplay, just don't play it. Play trade. It is what it is, man. I enjoy both, which is why I play both, right? I start the league off with trade, and then I end the league off with SSF. Especially as the economy starts degrading, SSF offers a nice place where it's a different experience. But technically, you could even do that in trade and not even leave the trade environment and just play SSF by yourself. I like playing SSF because it's forced me to do different activities and discover new things. I just like that aspect. Yeah, of course. But like, that's the key, right? It forces you. And that's my whole argument about like SSF, is that I think that SSF, while I do enjoy it, I do think that you can do everything you want in trade, like in SSF and trade. And that's the thing, like SSF forces you to do a lot of things, which that's one of the reasons why I like trade more than SSF, right? Because I have a way that I want to play the game, and in trade, I have that choice to play the game however I want. Whereas in SSF, I don't have that choice, because if there's certain things that I don't want to do, let's say Expedition, right? I hate Expedition. I can't avoid doing Expedition in SSF. I have to do it because I need, let's say, Omen of Recombinator to craft, right? Or not Omen of Recombinator. I need like the materials, the currency to recombinate. Of course, in 0.5 it's changing, right? But let's say in the future in SSF, I really need an Aldur's Legacy rune to grab the thing for the build that I want, right? Well, then I'm forced to play Expedition for that. Whereas in trade, I'm not. So that's for me where it's like weird when he says like, in SSF, like in trade, you're forced to play a certain way. Whereas I think it's the opposite. I think it's actually in SSF, you're forced to play a certain way. And in trade, you're more flexible. As that would be more hard with much harder with Infinite Atlas scaling more than likely, even harder to gear up. If you hate Expedition, 0.5 is not going to be fun. On trade, you'll probably be forced to do it. Well, there's a difference, because in 0.5, you will have to do you're not forced for one, right? You're, what is it called? You have the Runes of Aldur, which is going to be in every map, but that's not Expedition, right? That's going to be a little bit different. Do you think they'll increase the drop rate for the Arbiter Orbs? Arbiter Orbs? What are the Arbiter Orbs? Start trade. Once you're done, start an SSF run whenever. I mean, that's what I usually do, right? That's what I said. At the beginning of the league, I'll do trade. And then once I'm kind of done with like doing the builds that I want to do, once I'm done with like the economy's getting kind of shit, right? Then I'll hop over to SSF and I'll play it that way. Sockets? Are you talking about Prisms of Belief? Trading is boring versus crafting stuff yourself. I mean, again, you could make that choice yourself, right? It's just whoever it is. It's your choice. Everybody's gonna want to play things different ways, and some people are gonna play, trade a certain way, and some people want to trade, and some people want to play SSF. It's a choice. There's two modes for a reason. Just preference. Yep, just preference.
I left Nakanu before I was even on.
Oh, Artificer Orbs. Not Arbiter Orbs. I mean, I don't think they're going to increase the drop rate of Artificer Orbs, because Artificer Orbs are actually pretty easy to get. All you need to do is, if you see an item with a socket in it, you just go and break it down with the, what is it called? What's the bench called? It's not called a recraft. Is it called, what's the bench called? It's reforging? No, salvage bench. Like, for example, this one, right? If I wanted to go and get what's in here, I just click this, and then it'll give me an Artificer Shard. So let me see if I have anything with a socket in it, right? So like this, for example, right? I could go, just click the salvage bench, and I'll get an Artificer Shard. And 10 of these turns into an Artificer Orb. So you just need to be a little bit of mindful and aware of like the items that drop, and just pick up the items with the sockets and break it down. I think as a new player, it's easier crafting. It's easier to won by crafting, and currency max is just buy thing. It's easier to currency max buy things trade. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the what is it called? The salvage range is very useful. You get a lot of stuff from it. You get whetstones, right? You get armor scraps, and you get the socket stuff. You should 100% at the, especially as league start, be mindful about that, because like a lot of people, like at the beginning of the league, right? If you're on trade, the whetstones at the beginning of the league are worth quite a bit, so you can get quite a bit of currency off of just like saving whetstones and selling them. And when resources are limited, right, you need to kind of take advantage of these systems in the game to be able to get the things that you need. Well, until I get a salvage range, I stick stuff in the quad stash. Yeah, that's what I do too. I have it on the filter, and then I'll pick it up, and then I'll just keep it until I get the bench. And then afterwards, I just go boom, bam, bop, and I get everything at once. Am I ready for patch notes to update for last minute nerfs? Oh yeah. I mean, you best believe that's gonna happen. You best believe that's gonna happen. Am I starting Twisters? No, I'm not. I'm starting Martial Artist. Martial Artist, Hollow Palm.
You'll make a fine trophy. Wait. The eye of the storm. Afraid to bite me yourself? Come on. Filth like you don't belong in the skies.
Now I'm getting out of this bloody nest. Over here, will you?
Ought to come in handy.
What am I planning to do for a leveling build for a monk? For Hollow Bomb? Or if you want to see it, it's my plans are on my guide. ! League start.
Welcome.
I mean, Blaze is fine. He just didn't see it. It's fine. It's gonna happen. There's a lot of people where they, you know, it happens quite often. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. And then we'll do that. Boom.
Come back soon.
Nerf totems will let Twisters be untouched. Again, I don't think it's really strong, but I don't think they're as strong as people think they are. I think a lot of the people who make Twisters look really, really strong are people who know how to play Twisters well, for one. But also, I think Twisters, it does get relatively decent amount of gear requirement in the end game. In campaign, it can look pretty strong a lot of times, but when it comes to the end game itself, it starts to balance itself out a little bit until you get like some good gear. And then it's just a lot of people don't like playing the build because you have to press a lot of buttons. People don't like the multi-button play style.
Batten down the hatches.
How much rarity is good on a build? I mean, in the past, typically people have considered 150 rare or 150% to be like the kind of soft cap for what people want to get, right? But I would say it just depends on what you're farming. Because some farming methods, your rarity doesn't really matter all that much. Like last league, I did abyss farming and I didn't put rarity on my gear ever. And I made like mirrors worth of like money last league, just like doing abyss. But like, for example, if you were running temple last league, you needed as much rarity as you could get. So there's ways to get like, you know, farm without rarity. Like another thing, ritual, right? You don't need rarity to run ritual. Of course, the kind of rule of thumb is more rarity. You're never gonna lose out on currency if you have more rarity, right? Because you're still killing regular mobs in the map, which always have a chance to drop currency. But these days, the main bulk of the money that you're making is oftentimes not off of raw drops when you're mapping, but it's off of like stuff you get from the league mechanics. So if you don't want to build rarity, don't have to. But if you want to build rarity, I'd say like in the past, the understood amount of rarity that starts giving diminishing returns afterwards is 150. But you use power and defense? Yeah, of course. You're always giving up stuff to get rarity. Yo, chill out, guys. I don't know why you guys are like out here fighting each other or some shit like that. I'm just gonna give you guys a quick little timeout in the corner. I haven't been following it too much, but I'm just gonna give you guys a little quick timeout. Hopefully, you guys come back with a more, you know, being a little more level-headed. Where's my timeout, brother? You've been here. You being here for all this time since the Lost Ark days, like you've already paid your time. That's true. That was enough punishment. Yep. The time span has created chaos. No more 6-month leagues. Well, luckily, again, I don't think that we're going to be, like, even though this league is technically, like, not, it's a quote-unquote, like, multi 6+ month league, or 0.5, we should be getting economy resets in the middle, so it won't really feel as much like a 6-month league. Now, you know, the economy resets are clearly not going to be bringing back many players. Like, the player count for a 0.51 economy reset is definitely going to be lower than that of 0.5. But still, it'll feel better for, like, the people who are playing currently. And they'll come with balance changes and stuff like that, that I'm sure, like, if you want to get those balance changes, you might have to, like, play the new reset. Every 4 weeks? Now I think that's too much. I can barely get a build to get a league start together in like a week and a half to 2. To a point where I'm like satisfied with it. And that's me. Didn't they talk about mid-league economy reset though? Since it's so long. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna do mid-league economy resets. That is exactly what I'm saying. Think about all of them will have with 4 weeks of playtime. The way that I play, I want to see builds to fruition, and I also want the opportunity to make like kind of like higher budget builds. So if they only give me a month, I won't be able to get enough economy. And I honestly think that most people probably wouldn't like that either. Because there are a lot of people who play months without getting their character to like, you know, to a point where they're happy with. Like imagine the, you know, the 9 to 5 Andy working a full-time job and they have a family to feed, so they got to take care of their kids on weekends and stuff like that. So they only got like an hour or two a day to play. If they had a 4-month league for those guys, literally their character would barely be an end game by the end of it. Looking lovely today as always. Oh, thank you, sir. I don't know if I agree with that one, but I'm flattered that you think so. That's me, and I only play hardcore, so it takes me longer. Yeah, I don't think a 4-week league would it would be great for most people. There would definitely be some people that enjoy it, but I think most people probably would want a little bit more. 4.5 week. I think 2 to 3 months, if at the very minimum. How many twisters are purple? It's a skin. It's an MTX. 3 months is perfect? Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the leagues used to be 3 months. Back in the day in Path of Exile 1, leagues used to be 3 months, and people like that more than the 4-month leagues. What do you think about Stormway a month? It's fine. It's good. Stormway is good. But I think, like, the damage itself is a little bit lower than something like Glacial Cascade, for example. But it's a lot more comfortable to use than Glacial Cascade. I hope mini leagues won't nuke the main leagues. I don't think they will. I think they will be like event leagues basically, and they won't nerf the main. They won't nuke the main leagues. But I also think that partly the main leagues might not be able to play with some of the new balance changes that they add in the mini leagues. So like some of the major balances, like the buffs or nerfs that they're putting into the game, I think that they will not include that in the what is it called, the old league. Dude, how have I not gotten another skill gem yet? Oh, what the? That one shot me? Holy shit! Can you explain why we need to build up twisters? I mean, 3 auto attacks first. So take a look at this, right? Here is one twister without any build up. I'm not even going to talk about damage, right? Let's just take a look at the twister itself with 1 without any, right? Here's what twisters with 1. It shoots out 2 projectiles. 2 shoots out 3 projectiles. 3 shoots out 4 projectiles. So, of course, it does more damage when you get more, but at the very least, at the very minimum, it gives you more projectiles. No salvo? I don't like salvo on twisters, I'm gonna be honest. I think salvo is really just... For me, salvo, I don't like not being able to control where my twisters are heading. I want to be able to, like, control the... like, target it, basically, in a certain direction. Especially when it comes to, like, certain arenas. Oh my god, freaking A. Another... my stupid Frostbomb is out-leveled again? Oh my god, dude. I hate that so much.
To your captain.
Wait! That's virility or...
To your captain. To your captain. Do not
This ain't from any vein I have seen.
Do you have loot filter leveling early campaign? I mean, I don't have one, no. I don't really make one. I usually just do semi-strict, honestly.
Welcome. Let's deal.
Part of the fun of Twisters is working the terrain to your advantage and maximize damage. Salvo kind of negates that. Yeah, exactly.
There we go. Go make some legends.
Oh wow, this is pretty big. I mean, I guess I don't crit, so I guess it's not as big as I thought it would. I initially thought, so not as big.
Well met. What can I do for you? I think I know someone who needs this.
I think I know someone who needs this. I am like starved on resources right now.
Welcome to the fort. I'll melt it down. Find a use.
Dude, oh my god, I'm so far behind all my gems right now. I'm literally like 3 levels behind on like all my gems. I don't even know why my RNG is so bad right now for gem drops. It's so bad. Like all my like the only gem that is like up to date is, what is it, Twisters, right? Frost Bomb at level 9, it didn't even work on that boss because of that. War Banner level 6, Ice Tip level 9, level 9. Like, we're so far behind on the gem levels. This is rough.
Let's equip
This is why I wish you could buy gems. I don't know. In Path of Exile 1 you can do it, but not in Path of Exile 2. Vegan mechanic still missing? That's true. Without the lead mechanic, I'm also missing a lot of gems. A lot of guaranteed gems. I think it's standard. Yeah, it's probably because of that. I'm missing a lot of stuff. You're right. Is it still work using Frostbomb? 100%. If you can upkeep it, it's very good still.
Stop! Don't come near the circle. Please hurry.
Do I get face breakers early in the campaign? Now I'm gonna give them to you? It's okay. You don't need to give them to me. Just go sell it.
Don't worry, Freya. I'll have you out in a moment.
The golden rule of the stream, as always. I don't take free handies because you never know where those free handies have been. I don't take nor give free handies. That is one of the golden rules of the stream. I'll wash my hands before? I mean, what does that have to do with anything? Talk about free handies, bro.
I need more time.
I just want to see what you can cook up. I mean, I'll get face breakers eventually. I don't think they'll be that rare, I'll be completely honest. Oh my god, this guy kind of does some big damage.
Wait. I've known fear all my life. Hasn't stopped me none.
Did I see a cannon kill Arbiter today? Yo, let's go, dude. It's awesome.
What can I do for you?
How do I get something more than 4 Twisters sometimes? Barrage. If I use Barrage, it will, what is it called? Give me more Twisters. Dude, I haven't found a single level 5 support gem.
Welcome.
I think I'm supposed to get level 5 support gems in Act 4 or something like that, right?
Well met. Let's equip you for the journey.
Or, no, actually, in like the beginning of Act 4? I mean, I guess I just got to the beginning of Act 4. I guess I just got to level the beginning of Act 4, so it's okay.
No, survive.
But yeah, I'm feeling... Yeah, this is crazy. I can't believe, like, in 0.1 we played like this. It really was ruthless back in 0.1. I mean, in a way, though, like, the content now is also balanced around the fact that you get some certain things to drop during the campaign, so... Why, whenever I join Po2 chats, people always be beefing? It's because you're in the chat, Jason. That's why. They see you come into the chat and they start beefing. It's because of you.
Bye then.
How about we get more support gems during the MSQ? It feels very lackluster right now.
This must be the foolish.
7 after Act 4? I don't really remember, honestly. The full sitch. Okay, we'll go here. I think we go into that. Any tips on Stash Tab naming and management? I mean, it's hard to give you any real tips for something like that because it just depends on the person, right? Like, some people like things organized a certain way compared to others. Also, I realized I never took the fucking thing from Strike Island. I might need to do it again. Fuck.
This is as close as we can get.
What's your step, hey?
I tried Whirling Lance instead of Whirling Slash. I didn't, but for me in endgame, I think I prefer Whirling Slash regardless because you can use Whirling Slash as a mobility skill.
Take this.
You have a good feeling that Gemling has a chance for not consume? I mean, that would be sick. That would be really sick. But I also feel like they removed it from the game for a reason. You know what I mean? Will I tame Silverfist in my build? I wish. I'm not playing Huntress. I'm not playing Minion Huntress for this guy.
More shrines. More questions without answer. Need a moment. A worthy foe. Wait.
32 hours, sigh. Don't worry. Just go hibernate. Just stop watching Path of Exile streams and stop playing Path of Exile. And, you know, you'll forget about that Path of Exile even existed. And then, you know what? It'll be, probably like 48, 50 hours before you realize it and remember it again. You're like, oh shit, it's here again. Let's go. It's time. Log in. 4 p.m. start time on Friday is such a waste. I don't know why they went to the, like, the new time. I think didn't it used to be for 0.1 and 0.2? I don't know, even in 0.3. It was 11 a.m. Pacific start time, right? I could have sworn that's what it used to be. But then recently they've been swapping it to 1 p.m. Pacific start time. It's definitely 11 a.m., right? Yeah. Am I do 24-hour stream? Hell nah, bro. I'm too old for that shit. You're gonna start seeing my my bones turn into ash if I do a 24-hour stream.
You'll make a fine trophy.
Hold on.
Will you?
Whoops. Dude, I'm so bad with the freaking what is it called? The flag. I'm so bad at placing the flag down. Also, the animation of the flag is like so long. Oh, I finally got another. Oh fuck, it's level 13.
You'll make a fine trophy.
Yup, you're just bad. You know what? It's fine. I'm better than you at least. That's all that matters. Once again, I don't have any freaking skill gems. I'm so annoyed. My wife might be using a PC this weekend, so I have to league start on the Xbox. And anybody recommend me a good league starter for controller? I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Like, I'm sure, like, some Spark has always been no. I mean, not really. Spark's not a good league starter. I mean, you can play like Plants, Oracle. That sounds pretty good on a controller, honestly. In Hollow Palm build, what type of chest should I look for? Evasion, Energy Shield, or pure flat evasion? At least in the past, it's always been Evasion, Energy Shield.
Friend, please. They seek for utopia.
Plants? Yeah, Plant Druid. Plant Druid. Oh shit! I did it again. This is the one island that always happens to me, where you have to go talk to the freaking NPC, and I forget to talk to her. And she's like on the bottom of the screen, or Batiki, this guy, right? I always forget it because I'm like up here and the dude's like down here. Like I don't remember his shit. You know, I just head back to base and I forget. Am I in Discord? What do you mean? Shit, I did it again.
Good thing. Why do you
I always forget that guy. Yeah, same. I always forget him. I feel like they should place him like closer to the nest. Like I feel like if anything, it makes sense lore wise if the vulture is protecting the nest, you know, instead of being somewhere far off away from the nest. Lore wise, I feel like it makes more sense for it to do that. What are league starting? Hollow Palm Martial Artist.
Bartiki has already gone inside the eye. You best catch up with him.
Now there's a sight what'll take your breath away.
Volcanic Warrens? Did they move in Volcanic Warrens? Where's Volcanic Warrens again? I don't even remember where that shit is.
There you we call. Oh,
that's all.
Oh my god. I'm starting to hallucinate. What do you think of the Blood Mage nerfs?
Yes.
I would say that it's kind of rough because it feels like that node that they nerfed is like almost unusable now. Because they also nerfed Leech, so it's pretty hard to upkeep life. Maybe what it'll just be is that Blood Mage might play like a meta where they start running more energy shield now. And then with that, they won't really need the life potions as much. And then they just use their remnants to upkeep their life. But I feel like that's just so tough, especially as a spellcaster. Like, if you're trying to play a spellcaster Blood Mage, that might be tough. What did I prepare for you guys while waiting in the login screen? Honestly, it's probably just going to be going to Yap with other streamers.
Rise, warriors of Namahu.
Hollow Wallet broke house owner this league start. 2 days of playing. Busy for a week straight. No PC to do house. Hopefully I will be too busy dreaming about Poe, but then when I get to the home, I get more time a week, then off again for the new house. Why don't you take this opportunity to buy a laptop? How about that? Do I use any type of filter or equalizer on my mic? Yeah, I do a little bit of EQ on my mic. Boost the bass a little bit. Lower some of those like more hollowy, tinny mids. Anyone mistaking you for Din Din? Nope. I mean, the usual one that I get is, hey, I really love your crafting videos, farmer. That's usually the one. That's usually the one I get. Am I not mastering all 4 elements on League Start, sir? You know, I'm not good enough for that. I can't quite do that. Air is all I can manage. What app do I use for EQ? It's built into my mic. I don't have like one of the. I use like one of these more modern quote unquote streamer mics. I don't use like the high quality like Shure SMBs or whatever that people use. That's not what I. No, sorry. They use what do they use? The Rode mics, right? The Rode mics are the ones they use, I think. The Rode mics. I don't use the Rode stuff. USB mic for the win. Yeah, I just use the inbuilt EQ on my mic. Culling gloves with the new explosion stuff. I think it could be cool. I think it'd be a good build.
This were well hidden, but not well enough.
It's got a basic blue Yeti. Yeah, I have mine is called the beacon mic. And I just have a built-in, just like, you know, thing. Like if I go down here, you go here, right? I think the EQ is... Where the fuck is the EQ? Right here, right? That's what I do for my EQ. And I have another couple things set here too. But this is what I do. The mic I have. I don't think I've ever seen the behind the waterfall area before. Yeah, it's a little hidden chest area. You get a guaranteed spirit gem there.
I need a moment to prepare. Proof of a prowess.
Pasaleo smiles upon your fluidity. The ancestors see you.
You think Tornado Spear can be as good as Whirling Slash for Twisters? Yeah, I think so. I think the nice thing about Whirling Slash is that it offers you a mobility option. But I think typically what I've been hearing people say about the Spear version is that it might be better for just like comfortability for clear. So you don't have to like combo this shit every single time. And also, I think if you consume frenzy charges with a spear, it goes a tier above, right? A tier above the twisters, so you can get more twisters out that way.
See you soon.
When's the new league in like 23 hours? No, it is a little bit over 24 hours. It's like a day and a half, basically. I'm here. Are you going to start new league at Twister? No, I'm not going to start new league as Twisters. I'm playing Hollow Palm Martial Artist for league start. $32 hours or so for league start? I guess so. Looks at screen on the left. Are you playing Twisters, by the way?
Mountain, but welcome here. Funny that.
I won't falter.
Make the font bigger, maybe people. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There will always be people who miss it. I don't blame them, but you know there will always be people who miss it, no matter how big I make it or how obvious I make it.
That were almost a challenge.
Bro is patient. I mean, you have to be patient when you're a streamer. It's part of the job. It's on the job description. Patience. Got to repeat the same thing over and over again all day. What else is there? Deal with trolls. And just realize you're the internet's punching bag. What do you think about will be easier for a new player monk? Like, are you asking, like, what skills will be easier or what builds? Can't read text, can I make it larger? Nah. Sorry. This is the limit. It's kind of like a cock size, you know? You can't grow it after you're born. After it's born, you can't make it bigger. Like it's predetermined. At some point, you just can't go bigger. You can always get surgery. I feel like, I don't know, that sounds risky as fuck. That's all I'm gonna say. Would you say Twisters is clunky? I mean, some people would say the playstyle is clunky. Because you have to, like, do this whole combo shit going into it, right? Some people really don't like it. But for me, I think it's fine. No time to be sick, sir. You should take care of yourself, man. Take care of yourself. Had to play through a few times to get used to the twister timing. Like at this point for me, right? I'm relatively used to twisters because I play twisters quite a bit. Twisters is one of like my favorite like leveling builds. But if you haven't really played much of Twisters, it can be a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a learning curve. And I'm not even saying I'm good at Twisters. It's just more of I'm used to the Twisters. Before Ice of Arrows is annoying. I don't like parry. Well, you can just use Frost Nova with Frost Bomb to create what is it called? Remnants. Dude, I really need Frost Bomb right now. I need a higher level Frost Bomb. But I am super gem hungry right now. Usually good, just success you have to grab them. Yep. Fuck it. I'm gonna go grab a gem. Give me that frost bomb. I thought it was a Rick roll build? Dude, why would Mr. Tryhard do that to you? He's a good man. He would never.
One final challenge.
Huh? A challenger?
Oh my god, dude's RPing for days. Dude's RPing for days.
Come.
Well now, this should be fun.
Catch yourself if you can.
This don't feel right.
Yama sees your soul. Breathe, mortal.
Wait.
Dude, he's in this fucking corner, man. This is annoying. Ah, you piece of shit.
You are not worthy.
Gotta kill the mobs to tame, don't kill the monkey. I wonder if you can tame this guy. Again? Brother!
Come here.
I really hope you can, but some people are saying you probably can't.
Okay. Yama sees you. You are worthy.
Awful mighty for
Is he even a beast? He is. But people are saying because you don't kill him, you can't tame him.
Oh, yes.
He is a beast. You go into Po2DB, you look for Yama the White, right? Says he's a beast. Do you know Last Lament Lich is still viable in 0.5? I think Last Lament Lich died in 0.3 or 0.4. It died in 0.4.
Step forth. You may succeed. The mother of
I wonder if that was like planned. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if it was planned that Yama the White in the story doesn't get killed. That way you don't get to tame him.
This is as close as we can get.
Not viable is an understatement. Is dead. Dead. All right, Mr. Rabbit. Are you going to start stream soon? Yes? All right. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. Yo, what's up, Mr. Funky Chicken? How's it going? How are you doing, man? You ready for 0.5? Why are you using Whirling Slash 3 times before you launch Twisters? Because Whirling Slash enhances the amount of damage your Twisters does and how many Twisters fly out. So the more times you not the more times, but Whirling Slash maxes out at 3 stages. So once you get it to max 3 stages, then it will do more, what is it called? It'll do more Twisters. Ah, fuck. I fucked that one up.
What have you learned?
Not wrong with a new approach.
I think we just have to do this. Wish you a good launch and good health? Thank you. Appreciate that. The one you should wish good health is definitely Rabbit, though, because he's sick. He's currently sick.
This must be the foolish Pakarui. Get over here.
Am I not doing weapon swap tech? I am. I have reds here is greens here. How old am I? I am 21, except I've been 21 for the past like 12 years. One hand note on spear is a must. Oh, for Dance with Death. True. I should probably put that in there. You're right.
How can I advise you?
Adapt or die. Unburdened. Unbeatable.
Yo, so Fab, how's it going, man? Anyone think the global map needs to make buff locations if you receive them more obvious? Find the colors are similar, it's hard to locate them?
Where to?
Global map buffs? What do you mean by that?
Raise the sails.
Do you launch more Twisters at every stage? Yeah, more Twisters and more damage.
Looks like the sort of place no
That made you
one walks
laugh.
out of. Pretty word, justice. There's not many who will live up to it. The eye of the storm.
You need to invest in a PC build? Dude, do it. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know what the market is looking like these days. Like, for a while, you know, RAM prices were super high, and I don't think they've gone down, honestly. But I also don't know when they will go down, so... yeah. It's a tough situation. I got really lucky in my PC, in that I built it right before everything went up. I built it about a year ago. So it was right before shit got super expensive. They've gone down 10 to 20%, which is nothing.
Take this.
Double 5090s, Rich Man? Dude, I do not have double 5090s. That would be insane. Also, that would draw power. Like, I don't think I would be able to sustain the power requirements for that in my house. I'd have to get like 5 more monkeys on a treadmill to be able to sustain that level of power. You need 5090 to run this game? Well, I think like this game is more CPU heavy than GPU heavy, to be honest. I feel like that's more the bottleneck. Did I get the chapel key yet? I did not get the chapel key yet. 128 gigs of RAM.
Love the
Holy
content,
crap.
Mizo. Are you streaming on launch or just same time?
Am I streaming on launch? Or, well, thank you, sir. First off, but I am gonna be streaming on launch. Yes, I'll be streaming on launch, and I'll be doing a the usual like 18-ish hour stream. CPU bound 3070, struggling to hit 60 frames, unstable on maps.
Spent their last breath on prayer.
My old PC blew up from PoE 2. That's not good. You don't want that.
The heart unlocks compassion.
Izaro, how you are missed. How you are very much missed. Can't wait to play. The servers fail in the first 20 minutes. I'll cry. I think it'll be fine. Like, I don't think the player base is going to be bigger than 0.1's player base. And 0.1 was fine. It wasn't terrible. Tell me your PC specs. I have a 9950X with a 5090 and 64 gigs of RAM. Oh my god, tripped again. I expect above 500k. I think we'll probably hit about 400 to 500k on Steam. I think it's likely. $9,800 CPU, 5080 GPU. What do you think about this list I was showing yesterday? Found it yesterday. Well, unfortunately you can't post links on YouTube for one, but two, I would not say I'm like a super, like, I'm okay at building PCs and stuff like that, but I'm not like that much of a PC guy. So if you post it into Twitch, I'm sure there will be people in chat who will give you tips and pointers. But just don't expect those tips and pointers from me. One day left, I could not believe it. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? So confused. I'm so lost. They're cooking doing free weekend. Launched last week for full winter, especially this large content update. Dude, for a second there, I thought they weren't going to give a free weekend. Because usually when they have a free weekend, they announce it during the live stream, right? And they didn't announce it during this live stream, and I was, like, appalled. I was like, there's no way they're not doing a free weekend when there's, like, such a big update. They launch at 11 p.m. for you, so late? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's rough. Sadly, the game is a global game, so where they launch, for some people, it's always going to be that it's a bad time. For others, it's going to be fine. Just, you know, probably depends on where you live, I guess. You also, Kat, how are you doing? What are you going to play on 0.5? I'll be playing Hollow Palm Martial Artists with Face Breakers. Eventually, whenever I end up getting it.
Sent these prisoners to their graves, leaving them trapped down here.
4 a.m. for you? Ooh, time to wake up early, buddy. Unless you're a night owl like me. I wonder what stat lines will change with the new monk node. Hopefully, some good ones. I'm sure there'll be some really good ones and some really bad ones. Oh boy. It's getting close, boys. Man, I have to wake up for the pod tomorrow. Or I guess in 6 hours-ish. A little bit less than 6 hours, like 5 hours-ish. Once again, guys, we are going to be having our pod, or the next of our pod, in about 5.5-ish hours. It's going to be me, Dead Rabbit, and Captain Lance on the pod.
Need more time.
What do you think of the list? Well, what's the list of? Saw like new Kalguuran support projectiles interact with armor breaks. Any way to break armor with spears, projectile skills? Not built in. You can get armor break on it, like a support gem. But the problem is that something that people I don't think realize, and I'm pretty sure this is the way that it works, because this is how it works for everything else. The skill that you armor break with is not the skill that you can use to proc the projectiles. Because I'm pretty sure it's a payoff skill. It's a payoff gem. So you can't slot it in. So if you slot it into a skill, you can't break armor with that skill. It's not allowed. So you have to use 2 skills. One to break armor and one to consume the armor break. Go to build match? What do you mean by build match? Can I share this build? I don't really have a build guide up for it for the, what is it called, the leveling yet, but I have a build guide for the endgame version. Though it's not updated for 0.5 yet. Still working on it. When's the next pod? In about 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours.
Whoever built this weren't taking any chances.
Can you really sleep though? Hell yeah, baby. Of course. I do this every single pod. I get about like 4 hours of sleep. I missed the 4 text. No, I know I know what it is. I see it. I see it. It's right here. But I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means.
Weren't me who put you here, but I'll set you free. Need a moment. Gotta pull that lever.
I cannot die.
I mean, he's compatibility with each other, or like you're talking about team play? I unfortunately really don't know. I don't really do much group play stuff at all.
Not even this arrow's best could kill me. You cannot best me.
Yo, what's up, Circus-san? How's it going? Mr. Maru-san, how are you doing?
I'll not say no to that. Eternal Empire's long dead, yet their stench remains.
I think GG has one more patch update prior to launch, or you think it's done? I'm pretty sure we will probably be getting balance patches up until the league launch. Like, potentially even on the day of. That is my belief. Let's see here. Is there anything else I can weapon swap in here? More weapon set stuff. We can do 1, 2 here. 1, 2, and then we can do 1, 2. No. Whoa. Ah, fuck. I fucked that one up. What's supposed to be? I fucked it up. Big love from Japan.
How can I advise?
Oh, I rethink my approach.
Okay, so it's supposed to be 1, 2. Oh wait, no. Fuck. Yeah. I think we just gotta go the old-fashioned way there. Because I don't think there's any other weapon swap stuff that I have here that I really wouldn't want to put on here. When do you expect this torrent preload to go live? Probably sometime today. Hidden class release right before 015? Hell no. All right, guys. But like I said, pod is going to be starting in about 5.5 hours. So your boy needs to go to bed. But of course, I'm going to go and raid you guys on over to my man, Dead Rabbit, because he's just started his stream and he's going to be raiding us back into the pod tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoy his stream, and I will see y'all in 5 hours, I guess, right? 5.5 hours. Have a good one. Peace out.